Problems? Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
He calls to tell me that he's been in an accident, and I'm just scared to death.
I couldn't have hoped for anybody better than Morgan & Morgan. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
It really did feel like family.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years, and that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you. Learn more at IBX.com.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There is so much breaking every single hour. It's incredible. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. We'll continue the conversation about Gulf of America. I feel strongly about this. I think that if we have renamed it legally, we have in our country, it's Gulf of America. And it just shows you how President Trump, the way that he views our nation, but think about it. He's the ultimate brand manager. Well, other than our own Greg Stocker, of course, right? He's mouthing thank you. He hasn't left yet, so I have to suck up, No, I'm teasing. But Trump is, right, Dan? He's the ultimate brand manager. So he's thinking about the American brand, and this is an incredible body of water, the Gulf of America. Did anybody ever think of it as, when did it become the Gulf of Mexico, and why don't we call it the Gulf of America? It just shows you the way that he thinks, because he's somebody, as you know, he would put the Trump name on everything. He wants to put the American name on everything, the American brand, and grow the brand, or at least promote the brand. Ooh, this is a nice little promo. So what do we have going on? There's so much developing. So first of all, speaking of the brand, Linda McMahon, she's teed up first with these nomination hearings for Education Secretary, and then, of course, RFK Jr. for HHS Secretary, as Trump has said that he believes Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's a big attorney, environmental attorney, really. That was his expertise. The left loved him until, of course, he joined Trump. And now all of a sudden, we know the narrative there. But in this one, Trump says that he will be effective, that RFK Jr. will be effective, Trump believes, in restoring the trust in all of the different agencies that he would oversee. It's a huge job. Also in the news, obviously, Trump is saying that the negotiations to end the Ukraine-Russia war will start immediately. So we've talked about that headline. And we know and that's something he's been working on all week, ever since. I really have the sense of it when Pennsylvania history teacher Mark Fogel, when I looked through that, I actually watched that news conference and then looked at it again in the morning this week. You could see that Trump felt that teed them up. It was a cornerstone, if you will, to start these negotiations, to end this war, which has claimed many lives and more than 1 million casualties on both sides, Ukraine and Russia. So now the EU, the latest, within the past hour, the story is breaking that the European Union says it's alarmed by the prospect of what they're calling a dirty deal. And this is after they're hearing, reportedly, this phone call between President Trump and Putin. So that's the latest, and that's just breaking within the past hour. As they're not happy with this, they are our European allies, and they want to be included in any peace talks, they say. And this is after, obviously, President Trump had confirmed that he spoke by phone with Russia's leader, Vladimir Putin, saying Ukraine could neither have its land back nor join NATO. We knew NATO was not going to happen. So let's just put that out there. We'll continue to follow that one for you.
Here's John Bolton's thoughts on that, Dawn. Take a listen.
You believe Putin sees Trump as what you described as an easy mark. You were there for their first meeting in Helsinki. What are your expectations for this one?
Well, I don't have any expectations anymore. I think we know exactly what's going to happen. President Trump has effectively surrendered to Putin before the negotiations have even begun.
So there he is with and he also said it's unconscionable to allow Russia to assault Ukraine's sovereignty, recruit enemies like North Korea to aid in their fight, and then sell out the Ukrainians by conceding the loss of their territory and NATO security guarantees or any membership. And so Bolton is out front and on social media, of course, the usual suspects, NPR, CNN, you get the picture. But John Bolton is he's very busy bashing Trump as usual and saying this is an effective surrender. So we shall see. He's sour.
I mean, are you at all
Mr.
concerned
Sour,
about the relationship
Mr.
between
Sour
Putin
Grapes?
and
No,
Trump?
I'm not concerned.
No?
I'm not. I'm not, Dan, because I think that what Trump does and what he is good at is showing respect. Remember Little Rocket Man? All he wanted was a little bit of, it's like Aretha, Aretha Franklin. So they all want a little respect. And so what he does is he says, okay, I'll respect you as far as have a meeting, have a phone call, keep your, what's the old saying? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So why in the world would you push off and be an isolationist? What does that do? So no, I don't think it does any good. He's trying to bring forth peace and prosperity. And this war, this has been horrible, and nobody even really reports on it. And China was getting involved. Remember all those soldiers that they were bringing in, and this was the staging for a real disaster and possibly World War III. So that's all. He de-escalated that. That when have you heard about that? Remember that with the soldiers coming over? Where have you heard about any kind of soldiers? Nope. You never heard it. He de-escalated. We knew when he got into office on the 20th, it was over.
You got Charlie in Philly who wants to comment on this.
Okay. Hey, Charlie. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, I think the whole thing has been a scam from the start, and I've said it to people, and especially it was popular for a while. People with Ukraine flags on their lawns and in church and everywhere. But this whole thing was a scam to just steal money from our coffers and give it to the Democrats for the re-election campaigns all over the country, and to make Zelensky and certain people over there very wealthy. I mean, he's like a third-rate comedian or something. I don't know how he came to power, but his manager supposedly was in jail in Israel for being a crook, Malinsky or something his name is. And his wife just like a month ago went out and it was on YouTube. She bought a $4 million yacht. Now, how could you be at war and all this money pouring in there of our money? She goes out and buys a $4 million yacht. Nobody says nothing about it. Nobody makes a peep over it, Well, the whole thing's a joke. It really is. I'm glad Trump's saying we had enough of this nonsense and we're getting out of there. You know what I mean? I really am.
Yeah,
I don't think he backed out or gave in anything.
No.
I think the whole thing's been a scam.
First, thank you, Charlie. You're right. As I'll push back a little as far as Americans, and we have a huge population both Russian Americans and Ukrainian Americans here in our area, one of the biggest populations in the country. So obviously that support is real. But to Charlie's point, yes, this was a money grab. And then the question is whether it's munitions, whatever that looks like. We now know from Elon Musk, these things don't go out with any kind of tracking. You know, all of this money, all of these armaments, et cetera, where do they go? Do we track them? Do we have the ability to provide transparency as far as where our tax dollars are being spent? And so absolutely, people are, as Zioli says, getting their VIG. So no, I think as far as Trump goes, he wants to end this. What are we going to do? Just let it go on and on and on? How many people have to die?
Blessed are the peacemakers. You know that, right? Blessed are the peacemakers. I made peace. Remember, Hillary said, he will take us into war. No, I took us out of all these wars. I got us out of Syria, got us out of Iraq. I protected Israel. They would have been in a big problem. But I'll be your peacemaker, and I am the only candidate who can make this promise to you. I will prevent World War III.
And so that's his mission. And what is so horrible about that? He inherited this. It's a mess, just like he inherited a whole lot of situations that we've talked about. But at this one, European allies, they're insisting that U.S. talks with Russia include Ukraine, include them. This is a NATO meeting in Brussels. And the New York Times putting this out there 2 minutes ago, by the way, saying that defense minister's comments appeared to reflect concerns that President Trump and President Vladimir Putin of Russia might sideline Ukraine in their talks to end the war. So I don't have evidence of that. I think what Trump has been trying to do, and again, this was, in my opinion, the pinnacle of this was really Mark Fogel. When I heard our Pennsylvania teacher as he was coming home, and he was thanking Putin for his diplomacy. And Trump was asked about this. And Trump was saying during that, and this was almost 11 o'clock at night. It was like 10:40 at night the other night. I know we talked about it, so I'll move on here. But my point to you is that you knew right then that all of these different individuals, and Marco Rubio, I think, is very impressive. He's doing a great job, and he's not getting enough credit, but we'll hear more about this. I think that, in truth, what Trump is trying to do here is bring everybody to the table. I don't think he's trying to exclude anybody. And so this is, is there concern? Of course, the EU, because Trump, look at what he does. He's saying, yep, he's transparent. Yep, I had the phone call. He doesn't call over and go, yo, NATO, just to let you know, I had a phone call. He doesn't check in because he's the president of the freaking United States of America. Now, maybe you would disagree with me, and maybe you think, well, he should call. Oh, before I talk to anybody and confirm it, I'm going to, oh, hello, hi, this is Trump. Just want to let you know. You know what I mean? Like, that would be something that, I don't know, my grandma would do, right? Say, just want to let you know, honey, this is what's going on, and your auntie, she's going to be coming over. That's not Trump. Do you know?
Your grandma sounds very similar to Mama Ziola.
Yeah, be careful, baby. Mama Zioli. And now, Rich, we had him on. Did you hear this? I think they're blowing it out. I think when Rich, I heard him announcing this huge announcement. We have to have him, give us the deets. So he's putting off the surgery because Zioli is going to the White House next week.
Whoa.
This is big.
Really?
Did you guys see this? Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just saying, bring your mom to work day. Like, how about,
be careful, baby.
Have Mama Zioli gets to ask a question. What about it? That'd be awesome.
Is he going to get a platter?
Well,
a big platter?
Yeah, maybe. Should I just show up? Hi. I hear you. Get out of here.
Platter.
You got the platter the last time.
You got Bill Amanco, a veteran, who wants to comment on the Ukraine situation.
Hey, Bill.
Yeah, hey, Dawn and Dan. Yeah, from a military perspective, there is no other solution other than what Trump is pursuing. With Europeans, they can flail and do what they want, but nobody's defined what winning looks like for the Ukrainians. Mm-hmm. What is victory? What is winning the war? Yeah. And I really fault the military chiefs of these European nations that should know better that there is no military solution here and what they're telling their political leaders.
It's well said. And that's just it. I think from our American perspective, and that's where Trump is coming from, a place of our perspective and our interests, the goal of these individuals to now speak out and talk to the New York Times or whoever and say, oh, he's excluding us. Well, where have you been? You know, we're now cleaning up the mess. We've been sending all of this money. What have you guys been doing to defend Ukraine or do whatever, right? So, I mean, we just end up, and that's the whole piece of the pie, that when you listen to Trump, he's saying, why do we have to foot the bill for everything for the world's problems? And it's not fair to anybody. And when you look at that death toll, my God, you think about all of these, and they're all men. They got the women and the kids out, or the women and the kids are holed up. And so this will affect you, I mean, both countries really, but especially for Ukraine. These fathers, grandfathers, sons, I can't even imagine. And nobody really reports on this. Trump does. Bill, thank you so much for your call. Really appreciate you. So we're going to talk about all of this and get your take on Gulf of America, which I love. I think that's the name. Otherwise, by the way, what if I just said, oh, yeah, I'm going to head down on West River Drive? Because I refuse to say MLK Jr. Drive. And I'm going to head down City Line Avenue. I refuse to say City Ave. What if I did that? What would happen? I'd be blasted, right? So how come we as a country can't say, hey, from the American perspective, Gulf of America, fantastic. That's its name. Get over yourselves. Who's the Associated Press? I want to know who that editor is. We are the Associated Press.
Mr. Press?
We. It's like you're a nobody. Boom. That's my take. 855.
On fire this morning. Those flowers really got you going, huh, Don?
They are. They're beautiful. Can you see them in the background?
Oh, I do. Look at that. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. And to conceptualize the size. Is that the right word?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, they're like the size of your torso.
They're big.
They're huge.
They're huge.
Yeah.
Big, like, it's not a bush, but it looks like a big bush of roses.
It's like
and baby's breath.
It's an entire rose bush. You're right.
A beautiful vase.
The thorns are still attached.
855-839-1210. Quick break. EJ and Tony, can't wait to hear him. We'll be right back.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealestate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you want experts you can trust working on your car, United Tire and Service is the place for you. They always take the time to get to know you and your car, and United Tire has made February the best month to save on tires. The Birds won it all, so you can save big now. Through February 28th, you save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. What a great way to celebrate. Schedule at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
College sports hold a mythic place in American culture, but sometimes the drama off the court overshadows the action on it.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything, including some of the biggest scandals in college sports. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
This is nice.
Yeah, a little love for Mexico after the renaming to Gulf of America.
Oh, Gulf of America.
Yeah,
Play
not?
American music.
Yeah.
I'm totally
Country
teasing.
music.
Yeah, we didn't talk about. We'll have to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Chubby Checkers. It's crazy that this is the first time he's nominated. We'll get into that. Just to wrap up what's going on. This is the very latest minutes ago. So, President Trump's envoy for Russia and Ukraine, Keith Kellogg, he's traveling to Germany and Ukraine, and that's according to the State Department. Kellogg will engage with our allies, partners across Europe, and they're working toward ending this war. As far as the Ukrainians, the reports are, after more than 3 years of this grinding war, it's exhausting, the high cost that we can't even imagine. Trump had talked about it. The casualties, like I say, more than 1 million casualties, and this is both sides. So the Ukrainian people, of course, they are hopeful. That's the report. They're hopeful to have a peace deal, but they want any peace to be just, because of the high, obviously this is a high cost that you can't even imagine. And we just don't hear these stories. And so we will in the coming days for sure. But for me, I think this is a blessing to bring forth the peace after all of these years. It's ridiculous that it went on this long. And Trump has said that, of course. So I have to stay to time because we have EJ. I love EJ Antoni. I'm so glad that we have him coming in to have a chat, talk about all things. We'll get into all of it with him. And you know he's fantastic. So he'll put everything in perspective for you. Real quick, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, the induction nominees. Did we talk about this? Did you guys talk about it with Dom?
No.
So this year, here's the list, and the one and Larry and I were actually talking about this yesterday. So Chubby Checker, first-time nominee. I wish he would come down to the Eagles parade with us. I wish, because he still does performances. Did you know that? This is insane.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
This is a sin. I'm calling out a sin that Chubby Checker has never been even nominated. And by the way, back in the day when everybody was rocking and rolling to him, if you say it, did rock and roll really exist during the twist? You know what I'm saying? Like, when did rock and roll really take off? So couldn't you say he's the original, like, leading up to rock and roll? I should have had Phil Holmquist for that. I'm not the expert.
I think Elvis prior to him.
Well, no, that'd be Carl Perkins prior to Elvis.
Oh.
That's who Elvis, right?
Yeah. Well, Jerry Lee
And
Lewis
Little Richard.
before Carl Perkins, right?
But I'm just saying, it's just crazy that Chubby Checker, he's been...
Like, when you think rock and roll, like, you think of Chubby Checker, doing the twist.
Doing the twist. Bad Company, Black Crowes, Mariah Carey, Joe Cocker, first-time nominee, Billy Idol, Joy Division, Cyndi Lauper, and we have a political one I will get to. Oasis, Outkast, Fish, Soundgarden, White Stripes. But Mania, M-A-N-A, Mania, the first Spanish-language rock band nominated. So you're going to say, well, that's interesting, Mania. They're the ones that were anti-Trump.
Oh,
Isn't that interesting?
Really?
So they were the ones who did like a Latinos Against Trump tour, and they actually removed a song they had recorded with singer Nicki Jam from all streaming platforms because Jam endorsed Trump last year. How about that? Rock and Roll Hall of Fame put in Mania, who's anti-Trump. Boo.
Kind of digging the vibe, though, I gotta say.
Yeah.
4 Grammy Awards, 8 Latin Grammys, 5 MTV Music Awards, Latin Americas, 19 Billboard Latin Music Awards. But
they've been around since the 80s. Isn't it kind of funny that all of a sudden now Trump just gets sworn in and all of a sudden...
You know what? Yeah, that's a great point.
So I'm going to say they're racist against Chubby Checker.
And why are they getting in before Menudo?
Thank you.
Come on.
It's a sin. I don't know if EJ Antoni is, and we're going to talk about finance and the big picture and his great analysis, but maybe he has an opinion on this. We'll find out. Right around the corner. This is The Dawn Show, 855-839-1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
I'm John Morgan. When you call Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, your very own army springs into action immediately, 24/7. Our investigators, legal staff, and over 900 lawyers work together to fight to get you the best result as quickly and easily as possible. Insurance companies know who we are, and now you know it too. This firm was built for greatness. This firm was built for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
President Trump is positive energy. This man has so much energy, even his own family. I saw his granddaughter Kai saying she can't keep up with her granddad, doesn't know how he does it. But he's talked about energy and fuel prices. Drill, baby, drill. You know, if you watch, NPR, well, Trump shouldn't worry about energy prices or the latest inflation numbers because, after all, Trump inherited, an incredibly strong economy. Do you believe that? Well, my next guest, who needs no introduction, E.J. Antoni, he is a man, well, let's just say he gives good chart. Economic charts. E.J. Antoni. He is obviously a research fellow, Heritage Foundation, just wrote a couple of op-eds recently, last night, as a matter of fact, in the New York Post. Beware the economic pitfalls, Mr. Trump. You must rely on your all-star team. E.J. Antoni, Always great to have you here.
Oh, Dawn, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me again.
Did you like that intro? You give good chart.
Like
you give good face.
I feel like every time I'm on, the intro just gets a little bit better. I love it.
Well, take me through it, and we'll talk about the penny too, because I know that you've written another great op-ed about the penny and Trump saying that it costs us 3 cents to make 1 penny, so get rid of it. And so we'll have fun talking about that too. But I'll start with, and I know that you're very busy putting out some charts minutes ago, so I want to talk about that first if we can, EJ and Tony. So what are you saying here as far as our consumer prices in the months ahead? Your prediction is that we will see higher consumer prices in the months ahead, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly, Dawn. And a big reason why we know that is we can look at what stores are already paying. In other words, when you go to the grocery store and you grab a gallon of milk off the shelf or a half gallon, whatever the case may be, the grocer had to pay for that, obviously, in order to put it on the shelf for you to buy. And so the info that we got this morning, Dawn, was basically looking at the prices that things like people like the grocer pay. In other words, these are the prices paid by businesses, and they are going up very, very quickly in the final months, including the very final month of the Biden administration. That was last month. So that means that we're going to continue to see additional costs passed on to consumers in the months to come. Now, fortunately, we have a lot of things that are coming into place now, which are going to help put downward pressure on prices in the future. But the bad news is that it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Okay. And so, and part of this is, part of it is energy. Your next post, as you say, if inflation is caused by corporate greed or price gouging, why did prices paid by businesses rise faster than prices paid by consumers? So, I mean, you have all these great graphs and you make it seem so simple, but you're creating these. So how does that work? And then as you're looking at this, and this is your forecast, much like a weather forecast, so EJ and Tony, so like, are you forecasting a short-term turnaround? In other words, you're saying it's going to get worse before it gets better and then smooths out, so to speak. So are we looking for, this is like Groundhog Day, whether Punxsutawney Phil sees his shadow. Are you predicting that, I don't know, by Easter or, are we going to see things start to go down and get better?
Well, the info that we're getting right now, Dawn, points to higher consumer prices, at least for the next couple of months. Now, after that, we got to reevaluate the forecast and see, okay, what are commodity prices doing? Because those will affect the prices of the things that the producers buy, that things like the factory has to buy, the grocer has to buy, the fuel that the gas station is buying, et cetera. And all of those things are then going to affect consumer prices in the future. So the best data that we have right now points to higher consumer prices in a few months. Again, a few months from now, we can reevaluate and look at those factors again and see, okay, now where does it look like consumer prices are going to go? But to that point that you raised in terms of what's actually causing the inflation, the Democrats love to talk about, it's corporate greed, it's price gouging, it's all these dirty, dastardly CEOs who are colluding to raise prices on consumers. I would love to know why that all of a sudden magically happened right at the exact same time Biden and the Democrats went on a massive spending spree in the beginning of 2021. My goodness, what a terrible coincidence that was. And in fact, the Biden administration's own data that they produced over the last 4 years shows that that's complete hogwash. And part of that's in the one tweet that you mentioned, where if you look at how fast prices paid by businesses went up, that actually exceeded how fast prices paid by consumers went up. In other words, going back to that grocery store example, the grocer was paying a much higher price for that gallon of milk than consumers were. In fact, people like grocery stores, they ended up having to shield consumers from somewhere between 10 and 13% of the cost increases seen over the last 4 years. A lot of that was done because producers or store owners were trying to maintain market share.
And so, in other words, they took the hit and tried to mitigate. Is that fair to say? They tried to mitigate the hit for us by shielding that, by keeping those prices stable?
Exactly. Yes, that's exactly right, Dawn. And you may then say, okay, but then why is it that if we look at profits, the average profit among corporations, why has that increased so much over the last 4 years? And I would ask people to consider it is up in the exact same way that the average American's weekly paycheck has risen about 16.8% over the last 4 years, except anyone listening to this, I'm sure, is going to say, wait a second, there is no way I make 16.8% more than I did 4 years ago. And the problem there is the fact that prices have risen so much faster than your income, so that even though the average American's weekly paycheck is up almost 17%, what that larger paycheck buys is down about 4%. Again, that's because prices rose so much faster than incomes. We have seen the exact same thing on the corporate profit side, where nominally those profits are at record highs, but adjusted for inflation, they actually fell over the last 4 years.
And so what impact, and you actually have another chart you put out 18 minutes ago, E.J. Antoni, and that one is you're looking at the 6 measures of inflation, and you're putting out here what you believe is the timing of the impact of the Fed when the Fed cut the interest rates right before the election.
Right. So what happened was last fall, the Fed cuts interest rates in what I thought was an unprecedented move, frankly, of election interference, where they were trying to get their preferred candidate across the finish line. If anyone has any doubts that the Democrat was the preferred candidate, I ask you to consider that if you look at political donations among people who work at the Fed, over 90% of them go exclusively to Democrats. So that just tells you where the folks at the Fed, what those folks are thinking. But after they cut those interest rates, what happened to inflation rates? They have accelerated every single month since then. And that's true whether you look at the headline consumer price index or the headline producer price index. Those are consumer inflation and wholesale inflation rates, respectively. And so, again, you have seen that reacceleration of inflation ever since the Fed took their foot off the brake and stomped back on the gas. And the really unfortunate thing is that any positive effects that may have had on the economy happened last fall, but the negative effects are being felt now. In other words, Trump is going to have to pay for the inflation that the Fed caused during the election when Biden was still president.
It's like dine and dash. We pay for the meal. They left us with it. So, I would ask you, now you're talking about, I think you're alluding in your latest op-ed piece in the Post, E.J. Antoni, and that is looking at reducing taxes, burdensome regulations, all of that, making things more business friendly. But what's your warning to Trump in your headline? As you look at this, who would you warn President Trump to watch, to listen to not listen to? And as well, EJ, just your take on, we keep hearing about DOGE. They're going to cut $2 trillion of fat from this budget, that they're not essential services serving, we the people. What's your take on all of that?
Well, in terms of who not to listen to, I think the president needs to just not make the same mistakes he did the first go around, where he basically got snowed by all the rhinos in Congress. Excuse me. People like Paul Ryan promised him that they were going to deliver all of these spending cuts if they could just please get one more bloated budget passed through Congress. And Trump acquiesced, and then they basically lied to him, and they never delivered on the spending cuts. We forget, because there was so much spending under the first Trump admin, we forget that he actually was railing against that spending the entire time. He was always asking Congress to spend less money, and they never actually did. In fact, he vetoed a spending bill in his final year in office, and Congress overrode him. So, again, we forget that Trump is actually, I think, a little bit more of a hawk on spending than he's given credit for. So that's who not to listen to. Who should he listen to? He has an absolute all-star team. He has rock stars in Elon Musk at DOGE, in J.D. Vance as his vice president, who is also president of the Senate. Let's remember that. And also, he's got Scott Bessent at Treasury, who is the world's probably greatest mastermind when it comes to sovereign debt markets. So he has an absolute rock star team who can help put together things like a tax cut bill and shepherd that through Congress, who can go through the multi-trillion-dollar federal budget and find the abuse, the fraud, the waste, and root all of that out. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, Dawn. I think the American taxpayer would be much more outraged at all of the waste that is going on ostensibly in their name using their taxpayer dollars. They would be outraged just if they knew it was happening. And that's where Doge is so valuable. They are shining light onto all of this, again, abuse, the fraud, the waste, the graft, the kickbacks. And as soon as people find out what is actually going on, they will demand it ends.
So you write in one of your pieces, one of your op-ed pieces, EJ, and that is looking at Trump tariffs. So we keep hearing about the tariffs and working out the deal with Mexico and Canada and China. Where do you stand on this when we think about especially the growing energy exports?
I think we have to remember that Trump holds all the cards when it comes to these negotiations. He really does have that Trump card, no pun intended, where if you look at the relative percentage of exports to these different nations, in other words, what percentage of American exports go to Canada and Mexico? It's in the single digits. What about the percentage of Canadian or Mexican exports that come here to the United States? Well, now you're looking at 70, 80, 90%. In other words, the ratio is 10 to 1. And so if you actually do have a tit-for-tat trade war where Trump slaps on tariffs and then the president of Mexico or the governor of Canada slap tariffs on American goods, then what ends up happening? Well, you're going to have an actual full-blown recession in Canada or in Mexico. And here in the United States, it's like the equivalent of an economic speed bump. It's not that big a deal. And so it turns out Trump's not the one who's bluffing. It's the other world leaders who are bluffing, which is why as soon as he threatens these tariffs, literally within hours, the phones are ringing at Mar-a-Lago as those folks are begging to make a deal. Again, it doesn't matter if it's the governor in Canada or the president in Mexico. They don't want to go toe-to-toe with Trump in a trade war because they will be the bigger loser. There are no winners in trade wars. There are only losers, but not everyone loses the same.
And what do you make of this? I don't know if we talked about this in the past, the Sovereign Wealth Fund. I'll be honest, I had never heard of this until then Governor Burgum was here in our area at a Trump Force 47 event that I was helping to host and spoke, and he was talking about this. And so Burgum was the one who explained to me this whole thing. And then sure enough, of course, we've heard more about it now. What's your take on this? I think to most people, this is something that's a new term, sovereign wealth fund, and how that would work. We've heard about it in states, but I mean on a federal or national basis.
Well, imagine, this is a bit of a loose analogy here, but imagine that instead of having $36 trillion in debt, we actually had a federal savings account, almost like a rainy day fund. And we had a fund from which we could draw on to pay for things like entitlement spending. It would be something that is essentially such a massive wealth that much like your savings account, it's going to sit there and earn interest for you over time. And then you can even just use the proceeds, that you can use those interest payments to pay for things without actually having to tap into the principal, the value in that sovereign wealth fund. So that's the direction that the president would like to head. And again, when you have somebody who's such a sovereign debt mastermind like Scott Bessent at Treasury, I think he's the perfect person to try to run something like this. And essentially what you would have to do before you can really build up that wealth fund, you're going to have to pay down the national debt or maybe even eliminate it entirely. But again, even though that's a long way off, this is still moving in the right direction.
As far as the penny, and I know you've been speaking out about this, and Trump had said, hey, we're spending 3 cents for a penny, and, does it make sense to stop making sense? That was one of the headlines that you had written, which is very clever, EJ and Tony. But what's your take on this as far as the penny? It's we want to pay cash for things on one hand, but the cost of the penny is, to pay triple for a penny, is that worth it?
Exactly, Dawn. And the simple answer there is no, it's really not worth it. But the other thing that's really important to consider is the fact that the dollar has lost over 90% of its value since 1913 when the Federal Reserve was created. That's a great reason to abolish the Federal Reserve, by the way, but I digress. The fact of the matter is, though, we are measuring transactions with a level of specificity that we have never had before. In other words, why are we still rounding everything to the nearest hundredth of a dollar to two decimal places? We should really just be rounding everything to the nearest tenth of a dollar, a single decimal place. And again, you'd have the same level of exactness then that you did well over 100 years ago. And that seems like a pretty simple decision to me, especially when you consider, as you just outlined, the fact that the federal government is losing so much money, therefore the taxpayer is losing so much money on things like minting coins. And I agree, I don't want to see cash go away. I want to preserve people's ability to transact with physical cash. That's a good thing. I don't want everything to be forced to go digital. That's not the rationale here. The rationale is simply we're losing money on this, and it's an unnecessary level of exactness in our transactions. Why don't we simply just go back to what we had before, roughly that same level of specificity, and just start rounding everything to the nearest tenth?
It's interesting. I was in the car the other day talking to my teenage son, and he said, well, we need to recycle things. Why don't they just make the penny, make it cheaper, make it out of plastic or rubber, and you could use it for other stuff too, like a coaster. I was like, oh, I kind of like that. That's interesting.
Well, part of the problem, Dawn, is the fact that they already took essentially all the copper out of it. It's just a zinc slug with a wash of copper on it. But the scary thing is the dollar has lost, our currency has lost so much value that the base metal is actually now, again, worth more than a cent, so much so that if you got enough pennies and melted them all down, you could sell the zinc and the very little bit of copper that's there for much more than the equivalent of 1 cent per penny. So again, it's a losing proposition. It is remarkably similar to something that happened in the 19th century when at one point the value of silver became so disconnected from the value of the silver coins being minted by the United States government that as soon as those silver coins went into circulation, they were promptly melted down by the holders of those coins, and the silver was resold for its commodity value. That is not a situation that we want to get back to.
That's crazy. So are you, I hesitate to say the R word, and I remember the media will not say the R recession word during some administrations, then all of a sudden they will say it in others. I did see a headline with you involving the R word, EJ Antoni. Are we in a slight recession already?
Well, Dawn, part of the problem here is that a lot of our official government metrics just aren't very good at measuring how people are doing these days. In other words, they no longer reflect the average American's quality of life or standard of living or cost of living for that matter. And that's, I think, a big reason why, as the government continued to spend unprecedented amounts of money and artificially boost different growth indicators like GDP or gross domestic product, that essentially had the effect of making the economic headlines look good, even as people continued to report that their quality of life was declining, that they could afford less than last year or 4 years ago, whatever the case may be. And that is why when we polled people throughout the last couple of years, we routinely got responses where more than half of those polled said, yes, I think we're in recession because my personal financial situation is worse now than it was 6 months ago or 12 months ago. And so, again, unfortunately, a lot of these official metrics, quote unquote, just aren't very reliable indicators anymore. And that's why, as we listen to people like the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent talk about how forget government, we need to get the private sector growing again, you may actually see some of those official indicators like GDP turn negative because the government will be spending so much less money. But I don't care about the government. What I care about is how is the average American doing? How is the private sector doing? Because that's the productive part of the economy. That's what we should actually be focusing on. And as long as that is growing, I'm going to consider that a win. And frankly, if the government shrinks, I'm going to also consider that a win, even if it puts some of those headline economic numbers into the red. Again, I don't care about the government bureaucrats. I don't care about their standard of living. I don't care how much government is spending. I care about how much can the family spend, not how much can the federal government spend.
EJ and Tony, sometime I would love to watch, just flip around with mainstream media and see you react to it, because you're actually a scientist. And so the difference, I would relate it to the average person as to if you were watching someone give the weather and they were actually a scientist and a meteorologist versus somebody going, oh, yeah, see a few clouds up in the sky. And then we have in our society the media bias. It's really, it must be upsetting to you because you're actually a monetary scientist and you follow the science.
Yeah, exactly. And see, this is where, Dawn, it gets so incredibly frustrating when you have people like the previous White House press secretary who would get up to the microphone and purposely confuse terms for political ends. She would say things like, oh, well, inflation has come down and we're working very hard to make sure that that we continue seeing prices fall. Wait, what do you mean prices fall? Inflation coming down and prices coming down are not the same thing. Inflation is the rate of increase. Just because your rate of increase slowed doesn't mean you're still not increasing. Dawn, I liken it to if you're driving down the highway, imagine you're flying down the Schuylkill, right? And all of a sudden you hit a traffic jam and you go from 60 miles an hour down to 20 miles an hour. Now, you're still moving forward, right? Albeit slower. And the mile marker on the side of the road is still going to keep going up. So the mile marker is like the price level. It's still rising. It's just going up slower than it was before because you're not flying down the highway anymore. You're stuck in traffic on the Schuylkill yet again. So that's essentially what we've seen with inflation. So the idea that they will purposely confuse terms like the inflation rate or the level of prices for political ends, you're right. It is incredibly frustrating, and it takes a lot of work to really get the word out to people and explain, no, here's what these things actually mean. Here's what the data are telling us. Here's what's really going on. Frankly, that's one of the reasons why I love shows like yours so much, is because it gives us a chance to correct the record for folks.
Well, I love when you're on, love hearing you explain. You make it seem so simple. EJ Antoni, research fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Grover Herman Center for the Federal Budget. My goodness, your research is incredible. I see you everywhere, hear you everywhere. EJ Antoni, I can't wait till next time. Thank you so much.
Dawn, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. EJ Antoni. Got to follow him on social media. You'll see all those charts. I know Dan was trying to, if you're watching us on YouTube, Dan Borowski, thank you for getting him up there with the charts. Yep. You know, it's like a economics class. I learned something. I really do. He's just a brilliant guy, but he makes it seem so simple. Then you watch these other shows, you're like, what are they talking about? So listen to EJ. We have to take a break. I'm way over. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Plumbing. What is it? One dictionary defines it as moving water through pipes to do things and stuff. My kid's dictionary, by the way. But sometimes things like leaks, clogs, or corrosion mean your plumbing system goes "Eert." That's when you book Horizon Services. Our expert technicians have seen it all and fixed it all with same-day service. And if it's a bigger job like needing a new water heater, our flexible payment options and money-saving warranties make it easy. We define that as peace of mind. And stuff. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of hairy balls. There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Philadelphia prepares for at least 1 million people coming into the city.
1 million?
1 million, Dan, for the big parade. If you have any advice for us, because Dan and I will be, and Dan and I, and who else? Dom. Tommy, we'll be down at the Art Museum steps at the staging area. Okay, so the parade starts at 11. Obviously, we'll be down there at 6 a.m., but I don't know. Do we have to be there at 5? We got our credentials. So, it's going to be fun. It's going to be crazy. Parade starts at 11 in the sports complex area in South Philadelphia, makes its way down. We've talked about the parade route, and then everything ends up. When does the program start? 1 o'clock-ish, if they stay on time? 1 o'clock-ish? We will see. But you won't miss a thing, and we'll have so much fun. Other news that is breaking as we think about President Donald J. Trump promising to announce, and we talked about this with EJ and Tony, these reciprocal tariffs on the U.S. trading partners today. He did put out in one post, today is the big one. And then his nominee for Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, who you know well, facing questions from senators. And then as well, looking at the HHS, Health and Human Services, that's RFK Jr., and as well, Kash Patel. So all of these, as you think about it's a big day for sure for the closing in the cabinet members in the Trump team. He's expected, by the way, to sign a series of executive orders. This is a whole new batch this afternoon before President Trump holds that bilateral meeting with the Indian Prime Minister. So this is Narendra Modi, who's obviously they're an important ally as well. And I know that Pete Hegseth is he's talking about what's going on with NATO and as well talking to our NATO allies, and that has to do with Ukraine-Russia war. I told you about that as well. I'm just trying to bring you everything. There's so much. Every 5 minutes, there's something, and this is on any other time in our lives. Any one of these would be a huge story that would dominate the headlines all day. I'm lucky if these stories that I just told you about, if they last through the hour, because there's so much breaking and so much developing as well. So we have that going on. And this morning when we started out, I think it was during the 6 or 7 a.m. news on Kale & Co. When I started out, we had talked about Hamas is listening to Trump. They've agreed to free more hostages, so they're back on track. But my question is, correct me if I'm wrong, President Trump had said no more just releasing a few hostages, Israeli Jewish hostages, at a time and having them trickle out. What Trump demanded this week was, no, we're done. All the hostages need to come home, and they need to do this by Saturday. That's what I heard Trump say. The headlines are saying, Hamas is saying, we're back on track, and we'll make sure we release 3 more. So I have not seen a reaction from the White House on this one yet. So we'll just wait for that, because that's not what Trump demanded exactly. But they're saying they're back on track. Because as EJ and Tony, just as with the trade partners, everybody else, no matter where you're looking here, whether it's the trade, whether it's Ukraine, Russia, whether it's even the Middle East and Israel, nobody wants to play with us. Nobody wants to mess with us. That's just the truth. And Trump knows that and is playing from a position of strength. Boom, there it is. Get over yourselves, which is why we have the Gulf of America. See how I'm weaving this back in? 855-839-1210. I'm sick and tired of people saying, well, that's kind of, if people want to call it the Gulf of Mexico. No, it's the Gulf of America. Get over yourselves. And any media entity, we were talking earlier about the fact that the Associated Press, all the media members that were brought into the Oval Office, it's not a huge office, so you're lucky if you get in. And they kind of said, yeah, we don't have room for you because they refused and said the Gulf of Mexico in their writings. Well, not for nothing, but get with the program. Imagine if the tables were turned, right? And imagine if Joe Biden, and by the way, the Biden administration, they renamed, I think, 1,000 different municipalities and places and all of that. You never heard anybody complain or protest. It's all political. Dan Borowski, what are you doing? Dan's he's very busy.
Sorry, we got so much going on for tomorrow, Dawn, with this Eagles parade. It is going to be amazing. I cannot wait. You got to tune in starting at 6 a.m. But you were talking about the hostage situation with Trump, and I actually did pull some audio here of Trump talking about the hostages, particularly in Israel, and the situation there if things don't change. Take a listen.
Well, I would say this, and I'm going to let that because that's Israel's decision. But as far as I'm concerned, if all of the hostages aren't returned by Saturday at 12 o'clock, I think it's an appropriate time. I would say cancel it and all bets are off and let hell break out. I'd say they ought to be returned by 12 o'clock on Saturday, and if they're not returned, all of them, not in drips and drabs, not 2 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 2. Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after that, I would say all hell is going to break out.
That's what he said. So I don't see anybody reacting. The headlines are, oh, they're back on track and Hamas has agreed to let 3 more go. But that's not what he was talking about. So I know that President Trump is speaking, I believe, within the next 2 hours or so. So we'll see, because he's going to be asked about it, and he's going to comment, right? By the way, as far as Linda McMahon, her confirmation hearings, within the past 15 minutes or so, they had a second protester removed.
Oh, really?
From the committee hearing.
Oh, let's get some sound on that. Give me a couple seconds on that. I'll have it for you.
Dan is so fast. But, here's the thing, because they're saying no more vouchers, no more charters. That's what the protester, again, if this were, just flip it. And imagine these protesters in with a Democrat nominee. Oh, those MAGA. Oh, they're insurrection. Oh, put them in jail.
I'm so happy to have them here, and many friends have come from far places, so I welcome having them here today and appreciate that they're here. So, thank you, Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm honored to have your consideration to serve as the Secretary of the Department of Education. And I'd like to thank both Senator Scott and Britt for their introductions.
So they twice. And what they're doing, they're just Capitol Police, they're just carting them out. And I tell you, some of these people, I've seen them, not today, because I have so many. I actually had something about Saquon Barkley up, but I'm watching all these monitors, but in some of the other confirmation hearings, it sure looked like the police were being hit and swatted, and you know what I mean? That these people were protesting and slapping around the police. You don't hear anything about it. It's always political. It should be the same, and that's my whole point with all of this. So we'll continue on with Linda McMahon. Trump had said, basically eliminate her job. In other words, eliminate the need for her job as education secretary. And that's really where they're going, right? That they want to...
Yeah. And Democrats, Chris Murphy, he's always entertaining, is taking the stage right now. If you want to tune in somewhat live, you want to take a listen? Here you go.
I've spent a lot of time over the years, and I appreciate your willingness to sit before the committee and answer some really important questions. I want to talk to you about an executive order that the Trump administration issued that commands agencies, including the Department of Education, to eliminate grants to organizations and entities that support DEI programs and activities. As you know, this has a lot of schools all across the country scrambling because they have no idea what that means. They don't know because the order doesn't define DEI as to whether they are in compliance or out of compliance and whether they are going to have their federal grants compromised. How does a school know whether it's running a DEI program or not?
Well, certainly, and thank you, Senator, and it is good to see you again outside of the state of Connecticut, where we run into each other. DEI, I think, has been, it's a program that's tough. It was put in place ostensibly for more diversity, for equity and inclusion, and I think what we're seeing is that it's having an opposite effect. We are getting back to more segregating of our schools instead of having more inclusion in our schools. When there are DEI programs that say that black students need separate graduation ceremonies or Hispanics need separate ceremonies, we are not achieving what we wanted to achieve with inclusion.
Let me give you an example then. So this order applies to Department of Defense schools, and those schools have canceled all programming around Black History Month. So if a school in Connecticut celebrates Martin Luther King Day and has a series of events and programming teaching about Black history, are they in violation of a policy that says schools should stop running DEI programs?
Not in my view. That is clearly not the case. That celebration of Martin Luther King Day and Black History Month should be celebrated throughout all of our schools. I believe that Martin Luther King was one of the strongest proponents of making sure that we look at all of our populations when he said that, he would hope that his children wouldn't be judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. And I think that is the fundamental basis that we should celebrate Black History Month.
West Point has closed down all ethnic clubs.
So let me just tell you what's going on. By the way, Kash Patel has passed through the Senate panel vote. So they've elevated him and they've passed him through. So they're approving him to move forward. But as far as the big headline with RFK Jr., there he goes again, the turtle, Senator McConnell, Mitch McConnell, Republican. The turtle votes no. He has voted against RFK Jr. as the HHS Health and Human Services Secretary. So far, he has the votes. That's going through right now. But Mitch McConnell,
turtle.
I know, showing his true colors. He's just I guess, is he just an angry? Does he? Either he identifies as a Democrat or does he identify as a turtle? I'm not sure. It's an insult to turtles.
I am way too excited right now, Dawn,
Why?
because I don't know if the Dawn Stensler audience knows as much as the Dom Giordano audience knows, but I am a huge diehard wrestling fan. Have been my entire life. Behind Linda's left shoulder, none other than Paul Levesque, a.k.a. Triple H, and his wife, Stephanie McMahon. Pretty surreal thing to see, I gotta say.
So does that do it for you?
Oh, yeah. It just confirms to me that Triple H is going to have some kind of hand in the
Triple
White
H.
House.
He's going to wrestle. He's going to wrestle education.
Look,
back
all
to...
seriousness, though, like he's really done a really good job in rebuilding the WWE after Vince McMahon completely screwed things up and had a bunch of controversies. Mm-hmm. He put the power into Paul's hands, and he's really turned it around, and I think he's done that with the help of Linda behind the scenes, who has always been involved in the business aspect of the WWE, which is a huge company if you think about it. Mm-hmm. So I'm really hopeful. I'm excited to see what happens. Linda's been involved in education now for a very long time in small business, and I think she's going to be great for the job. I'm excited to see what they got to say here.
And she worked, and speaking of which, that was her job under the past Trump administration as far as small business administration chief. So that she's great at it, and they're freaking out over it. That's the bottom line here. They're worried, as she has said clearly what Trump has said, that it's a states' rights issue, that education should go back to the states, but they support vouchers, all of that. And that's why these protesters are being carted out as they say, no vouchers. So they're all worried about it because it's going to be a game changer for, yes, the money laundering operation of Democrats and the Democrat Party. But I will say, in truth, vouchers are a game changer for America's children. You think about here in Philadelphia, if somebody's starting at 4 years old and they live, let's say, whatever their zip code is, you can determine a child's success in life by where they live, their zip code. That's terrible. That's wrong. And the voucher program will change that in their lives and thus make America, if you want to talk about equity or equality, whatever, it does enhance the equality and even things out. So we got that going on.
Yeah, so I'm so excited.
What now? Who do you see?
Triple H is now pedigreeing the protesters.
What's he doing?
No, I'm just kidding. His finisher move,
It's like, Uncle. That's all I would. I know my son. I do watch with my sons. We get into all this stuff. They're totally
big
into
Roman
it.
Reigns fans.
Oh,
yeah.
So they know all the guys.
I mean, just to underline it one more time,
Yeah.
though, Vince gets all the credit, and he shouldn't, because
Thank
if you
you.
actually look behind the scenes of taking a small regional company that had tons of competitors, being WWE, then almost, I hate to use the word, but doing such a job in that industry to monopolize it and take full control of it, that was really largely the basis of Linda McMahon's business acumen, not Vince McMahon. So the story is Vince doesn't even know what a burrito is. So, yeah.
Or a taco. The Senate Judiciary Committee, as I mentioned or I alluded to, they have approved Trump's FBI director nominee, Kash Patel. So he's one step closer, you may say, to Senate confirmation. And so we have that going on. So it's looking good for these nominees. We'll continue to follow it. 855-839-1210. Dan is looking for any moves that are being made, wrestling moves. Is there anybody behind her, Dan?
Clothesline!
I know. We'll have more on the parade for tomorrow. We're excited to be down there.
Oh, man, he's climbing up on one of this. He has a chair in his hand now. Up. And he's on top of the ladder, Dawn.
Is he going to jump?
I don't know.
We'll be right back.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Road closures, parking restrictions, and bus detours for the Eagles Parade are beginning today. Bird star A.J. Brown makes good on his promise and visits the 10-year-old boy injured during the Northeast plane crash. And Joann Fabrics is preparing to close more than half its locations across the country, including a dozen across our area.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, certainteed roofing products. Serving our area for 5 decades, accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a 1 bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with the Rescue Omega-3.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Whether you are looking to grow it over time, planning business succession, or integrate charitable giving, having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Imagine me and you, I do. I think about you day and night. It's only right to think about.
We're thinking about the parade. Can't stop thinking about it. RFK Jr. is thinking he's got this because it looks like we've got 51 yes so far for RFK Jr. for HHS, for Human Health Services Secretary. So I know that Republicans have 53 seats. I know that it looks like Mitch McConnell voted no. So, and then you've got, of course, Vice President J.D. Vance. Yeah, Mitch McConnell votes no again, the turtle.
Does he know what he was voting on?
I don't know.
No.
Shame.
But am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club?
He is like a little turtle, man. So I believe that if you consider J.D. Vance, I think he's got this. That's my take on it. Right now it's 51 yes, 48 no. I think he's got it. You got this, RFK Jr. The Democrats, I know they met last night. They're losing their minds over the fact that these people are sailing through. So Kash Patel, I told you, he got through that. He advanced, and he's teed up. And then Linda McMahon will monitor all of this going on. And then again, Trump, 1 o'clock. Is that right, Dan? 1 o'clock this afternoon. He has a whole new set of announcements and executive orders. It's incredible. It really is incredible with Trump. It's just every day.
It's nonstop. Hard to keep up. Really is.
Nobody can keep up.
No.
It's very exciting. And then Doge, they're making him all crazy. And then I didn't even have this. Did I have this yesterday when I left you? Because an American citizen held hostage in Belarus. Remember, we knew that there was another American who would be released. That's when we last spoke. But we now know, and this is confirmed from the president, has been released thanks to the leadership of President Donald J. Trump and his administration.
How is he doing this so quickly and for so long? The Biden administration just sat on their hands. They were able to get a WNBA player out of there pretty quickly.
The thing about it is that I saw this. I should have sent you this, but there's so much going on. I saw two negotiators, two individuals who've been doing this a long time. They were interviewed, I think it was on CNN, maybe pouty face Dana Bash. And so they were trying to explain, and you could see in their expression that their expression was wide-eyed, OMG, this is incredible, this is historic. We've never seen a president come in and his administration bring home this many hostages this quickly. And we're not giving up. And Dana was like, and how much are you giving him? You know, with her little pouty face. And because they're all so pissy these days. And they were like, no, that's just it. It's just like, well, Trump's in, you better give people back. And you could see they hate that, you know. But that's the truth. They know he's not messing around. Don't mess with Trump, people. This is leadership. It's like, you know that commercial? This is, the egg. This is your brain on drugs. Yeah. Guess what, world? Well, this is what happens to you when, boom, real leadership happens. It's Trump. Don't mess with him. Don't mess with us. And that's what it is. Worldwide, they tremor. They feel the Trump impact. That's what this is.
Is there anyone out there who still isn't clear about what doing drugs does?
What leadership does?
What leadership does. And so it's exciting. And Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he has been impressive. And I'll give him credit, Dan, because it's important. What's fascinating to me, and the reason Rubio is good with Trump, and they're both Geminis. I can say it because my mom's in heaven. She would hate when I say this, but Geminis work very well together. They're both Rubio, Trump, Geminis. It's the Gemini factor. So Rubio is wise because he's behind the scenes. Do you notice that? He's not an attention grabber. He's not out there, right? Like the athlete in the end zone saying, I got a touchdown. That's not who he is. He put out a statement. President Trump's strong leadership has led to the release of another American unjustly detained in Belarus, as well as 2 political prisoners. We remain committed to the release of other U.S. citizens in Belarus and elsewhere. That was the statement by Marco Rubio. He's been very impressive behind the scenes, in my humble opinion. And I think that's what we're seeing and that's what E.J. Antoni, when he was talking about the piece of the economy. And we heard this all along, and the media made it sound like a bad thing. Oh, Trump it's a loyalty test. They just want people who are loyal. No, you want people who are not going to stab you in the back. If you were hiring people to assemble a team, would you want people who want to stab you in the back? People like the turtle? No, you don't want them to be anywhere near you. And so he, the first time around, he didn't know who he could trust. He knows now. He's getting S done. To steal a phrase from our governor. I haven't even talked about Josh Shapiro. My goodness. But it's going to be exciting. We got to talk about a little more on the parade and where Saquon Barkley, he's at a restaurant.
What?
People are going crazy.
Like right now?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
We'll talk about it. We'll tell you where. Be right back.
Drier conditions return for the afternoon with some sunshine possible. It'll turn windy and milder with a high 52. Colder tonight, partly cloudy with a low 28. And for Friday, it'll be dry for the parade. Plenty of sunshine, but windy and chilly with a high 38.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Mr. Postman. I do love my postman, and on the weekends we have a postwoman, I guess you say. They're fantastic. But sometimes I know you might have a personal story with a federal worker, and maybe you think this Doge thing, kind of cleaning house, that it's fair, and you're happy about it, which brings us to Simon in Chester Springs. Hey, Simon.
Hey, Dawn, how are you?
Good, thanks for calling.
It's a pleasure to talk to you finally. You're hard to get to calling. And I listen to you all the time.
Thank you.
So yeah, I want to share my postman experience. So I shipped a Seiko diving watch for repair on November 19th to New Jersey from Chester Springs via a USPS priority mail. Seiko got it in January 6th, so almost more than a month and a half later.
Wow.
And they got the box empty. So the watch wasn't there. They got the box. And they were very nice. They called, and it's actually a very, very important watch to me. I got it when I served at the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. I insured it for $200. It was worth much more to me, but I insured it for $200 because that was the cost of repair.
Yeah.
I filed for insurance. And the only way to file for insurance, you need to have an account on USPS. And it was impossible to create an account on USPS because their website just didn't work. Just wouldn't create an account. So it took me a month to create an account. I created an account. I filed for insurance. I was denied. Why? Because one of the questions they asked, when did you ship it? And by the time I filled the form, and I was so anxious to fill it so the website doesn't go down, I put 2023 instead of 2024. Of course, they had the tracking number, so they could have checked, but they didn't. They denied it. So I appealed the deny, said, hey, it just was a typo. It was really shipped in November 24. And I was denied again. And I don't know why I was denied, because they said, we denied, but we sent you a letter. And it was 3 weeks ago. I haven't received the letter explaining why I did it.
No.
So I thought, you know what? I'll go to my main post office here in Exton. It's not in Chester Springs. It's a big post office in Exton. And I had a business in Exton. We shipped hundreds of thousands of dollars of goods through USPS. So back then, when I needed something, and it happened often when like insurance would be denied to one of my customers, I could go and talk to the postmaster and say, hey, there is a problem. And that person would be very nice. He would follow up and call somebody in the post office and straighten everything up. So I thought maybe I can do the same thing. So I called in, I went in, I had to ship another package, and I asked for a postmaster general. And they said, she's not going to help you. So, well, I still want to talk to her. I know that whoever worked before was able to. And the person appears, and that postmaster, she looked like, frankly, honestly, she looked like she just broke out of the local jail. That's how she looked like. She was dressed very inappropriately. She had gold chains all over the place, tattoos all over the place. She was chewing on something, and she was talking to me while chewing on some food. I mean, it was just disgusting. And I was very said, listen, this is the case. And so she's like, why do you think you can tell me what my job is? I said, no, I just want you to help. I can't help you. My people already told you I can't help you. Get the hell out of here. Like, okay.
I'm so sorry. I don't know how to help you. I'm so sorry. Whenever I have something like jewelry.
I can tell you how I can help myself. I went to the local district court and I filed a lawsuit against them for $215.
So you'll probably get your money. Oh, I'm so sorry, Simon. That's awful.
It just is
so frustrating.
It's not worth the $200, but it's just ridiculous.
I'm so sorry that happened.
Don, do you mind if I comment on
No, you know what? We got to go because we got a lot of breaking news. I'm so sorry, Simon. Simon's having a rough I'm here. We're here for you. We're here for you. We are. That stinks. Really, it does. So, by the way, RFK Jr. was confirmed as HHS secretary. So we got that going on. We don't need you, Mitch. We don't need the turtle. Turtle. I know I'm referring to him as the turtle from now on, Dan.
Hey, so I'm really curious. I got a lot of texts coming in. Where the heck is Saquon Barkley?
So he is at. Now I have this up because I was trying to figure if I could help Simon. He was really what a mess for him. Saquon is in Bucks County raising canes. So he's in Trevose, Bucks County, and he's there. And they were going crazy. And he was at the drive-through kind of doing a Trump. Like Trump in Bucks County.
Is there video of this?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to get this. Give me one sec.
Yeah. So I know NBC 10 had it and 6ABC has it. So I think.
Oh, he's actually serving people?
Yeah,
this is fantastic. I love it.
Through the takeout window, I guess. And I guess he also did an hour-long shift at the counter.
That's
How cool is that?
It's so cool. So if you go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT within the next 30 seconds, I'll get that video up there for you.
And they were doing the Eagles chant, and we love Saquon. What a great sport. You see our Eagles. It's kind of cool. They were with the ladies of the View yesterday, right?
Oh, were they?
Yeah, on the View.
Oh gosh.
And did they talk over them? Because I saw a clip. I hope they did just shut it, ladies. Let the man speak. But it's exciting to see our Eagles. They're all over the national news. It's very exciting.
So exciting, Dawn. Here is youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We don't have the well, I guess we do have the audio of it. Let me turn that on.
Doing the Eagles chant, and he's just making an appearance, just getting people fired up. Look at it. It's like, oh my gosh. Saquon raising canes. We love you.
Go Birds!
I love it. And we'll see him tomorrow. Dan, I'm so excited.
This is so exciting, Dawn.
Speaking,
1 million plus people?
I know, that's what they're saying. They're preparing. That's why I think, because all day, since early this morning, I'm hearing people saying, oh, SEPTA says, city officials say, but especially SEPTA, get ready to be patient because you might wait an hour. And I was like, are they trying to discourage people from coming down? Oh, it's going to be, a lot of lines. It's going to be tough to have transportation in and out of the city. Barricades are going to be everywhere. And I really feel like they're trying to just mitigate the crowds. Nothing will keep us away. But that's my feeling. It's just my feeling. They're probably going to, they would say, no, we just want people to put their patience caps on.
I'm pulling up now. In about 20 seconds, we'll have, from The View yesterday, Jalen Hurts teaching Whoopi Goldberg and the other girls how to throw a football, it looks like.
That should be fun.
Yeah, give me 1 second on that, Dawn.
So while you do that, another serious birds from our birds, happy birds, to the farmers. Some farmers are speaking out, I should say, and they're talking about all of these, the egg shortage and the orders to just kill their chickens because of the avian bird flu. And then we also have we've been updating you on this, and we had Senator McCormick talking about this, the birds in Pennsylvania, meaning the hens, and how our eggs now are at the highest price. I think the average is nearly $5 for just a dozen eggs. So they're speaking out about H5N1, the novel strain of bird flu, and the millions of animals euthanized. So we'll get into that.
I got a flu,
certainly.
A bird flu.
You got a bird flu?
Yeah.
You got the fever?
Got the fever.
We've got a good bird fever.
Yeah, you do. Here's Jalen Hurts and the Women of the View, Dawn.
Because we never know how to stay in our lane. We like to get in everybody else's lane.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So we're back with Jalen Hurts. We are going to do what?
We're gonna throw some passes. So
we're
we're
going
gonna
to some passes.
We're going to see if the ladies can run some routes.
One at a time.
Oh, yeah.
We got it.
All right.
So who's receiving
So Sarah's going to
number
go
one?
first.
Woo! 42.
You go back first.
How'd they do, Dan?
Sarah did pretty well there, but
yeah, it's all right.
yeah,
Jalen, he's very patient.
Yeah, he is.
At least here's the brilliance of Jalen is that what he's thinking is get them doing something so they quit yip-yapping.
Well, I think that's
You know
more.
what I mean?
I don't know if it's Jalen or if it's more his
Eagles,
handlers.
the
Yeah, Eagles
producers.
handlers. It's like, you know what, Jalen probably doesn't want to talk much.
Yeah,
to
he
you,
doesn't want to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby, what do you think about Trump? You gonna go to the White House? You know?
They spend over 2 minutes legitimately having a catch with him live on air.
That's fun. I think that's fun.
Is it?
I mean, it's better than hearing them talking.
Yeah, that's true.
And because they're negative energy, it's nice to see them moving around. Got them a little bit of exercise.
Yeah,
You know?
that could help. Yeah. Does Jalen ruin some of his reputation by going on
No.
No.
No, I think it's, you think about it. So he was at Disney and the whole Disney, ABC, that whole connection, right? Aren't they still all, or it's Fox? I don't know.
Yeah,
Get
it's
them all-
ABC.
It's ABC. No, I think it's good. I think it's all good. I do.
Your touchdown pass to Devontae Smith. What's going through your mind when that ball is in the air?
Oh, she's so cringeworthy.
Please catch it.
I'm like, go catch it, go get it.
Go get it.
Go
You
get
had
it.
the faith in him.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just like that. That's even Smitty. He didn't practice all week because he was battling with an injury, and then he ends up leading the team in receiving yards. Like that's just a testament to him and his toughness and everything too. So that's what this team has been about. We've had great success, and it's been consisted of great individuals being invested into what the mission was as a group, and in the end we were able to host that trophy, and it was amazing.
Well, Jalen,
So it's exciting. Jalen Hurts, and we'll see them all tomorrow for the big parade. We're live and local all day. You're not going to miss a thing. We're going to have so much fun. Come on down. I asked this morning, I'm like, could Michael come with me to help us, as an errand runner? But I don't know if he can because we're all credentialed. I don't know how it works. But we're going to be there so early. So I hope you come down and join us
Did Greg not talk?
live. What?
Did Greg not talk to you?
What?
I think he might have an answer for you there. So
Oh,
yeah, maybe
is
give
it
him a ring
good?
during the break. I would say so.
Okay. Ooh, it's good. Breaking news. Dun, 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 dun. Let's talk about trust. Because when it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, you've heard me talk about Kitchen Magic. They're local, and they have built quite a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. You know this. From the custom cabinets, everything's in-house with their own craftsmen and craftswomen, to the countertops, to the backsplashes, to the storage solutions. Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name that your neighbors have been relying on for decades now. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Rich Zeoli.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not in the United States of America be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Zeoli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This February, Hessert Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get up to $9,863 off MSRP on a new 2024 Silverado 1500 SSV. Lease a 2025 Chevrolet Trax LT for just $215 a month, or a 2024 Chevy Blazer EVRS just $335 a month, both for 39 months. Check us out online at HessertChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hessert Chevrolet!
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Time keeps on slipping. So yes, we have the former Democrat who's a Kennedy. This is what crushes the Democrat. This makes them crazy. They've got Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in the Trump administration with the Republicans. Oh, they're losing their minds. And then you have the career swamp creature, Mitch McConnell, voted the only no on the R side. But he got the votes, so he's through. We're following that one for you. Have to give a great shout out to my Lair Bear, because he sent these beautiful red roses with a beautiful card. Dan carried this, and Dan is, you're a strong, tall man, and it was heavy, right? The big vase.
You're being way too kind. I'm a tall guy. I'm not very strong or manly.
Little Elvis.
It's a beautiful gesture.
It was.
Yeah.
Thank you, honey.
Well, when I
Bear
first saw
Bear.
it, though, I didn't read the card because I didn't want to be intrusive. So I didn't know who it was from. I thought maybe one of your listeners, sent it in.
Definitely Larry.
Well,
dozens of roses.
Yeah.
A beautiful vase. The
It's
red rose.
Really beautiful bouquet.
Thank you. It's
Yeah.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
Thank you, honey.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go check it out.
Yeah, you can see it behind me. But, he was smart because he was smart to send it today because, of course, tomorrow I won't be in studio, but for anybody who sent roses to their honey, right, for tomorrow, how are the delivery people going to deliver the Valentine's gifts tomorrow on Valentine's Day?
It's tough. We Flower Aunt, one of the Zeoli Army members, when it was first posted, we were talking about this over the Dom Giordano show, that she's a florist here in the city, and she said that's her busiest day of the year, and it's become completely usurped by this parade. She can't do business. She can't navigate the city. She doesn't know how she's going to make deliveries. Does she have to refund her customers? Do they do the next day? It's become a whole thing for not only florists, but you think of a lot of businesses that have to traverse the city and are not able to do so.
Yeah, for those deliveries.
Yeah.
Well, I would say get her done today.
One of the commenters. So occasionally we have, I leave up, and I maybe shouldn't, but your camera during the breaks, and listeners
What'd I
get a
do?
glimpse into behind the scenes is what happens during the break. And I didn't see this, but Jill writes in, Dawn taking a picture of those flowers and looks like she's now texting Larry, romance doesn't have to die.
Aww.
Yeah.
You're right. That's exactly what I did. That's so funny. Yeah, so I wrote, Larry Bear, I love you. Thank you.
Aww.
So sometimes he's listening, but maybe he's not in the car or whatever. So maybe he didn't hear me thanking him, but I did. You're my witness, right? No, it's 25 years of marriage this year, and we'll be celebrating.
Wow.
And that's one of our gifts to each other for anniversary is Italy.
Ooh,
right, going to Italy.
Celebrating
25 years.
What a 25th.
And it feels like yesterday, honey. Mm-hmm. That's what you're supposed to say, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Time flies by, right?
Eek.
Yeah.
So tomorrow is going to be a blast. We're going to have special guests. We're going to have, all the Eagles are there, front and center. And something I wanted to mention to you, and I'm trying to get Mike Monachetti from Mike's Seafood to call in, because right around Valentine's Day weekend, we have the Polar Plunge in Seattle City to raise money for autism. So we will be there Saturday. Hope you come out. Many of you do. But it's going to be a great day to raise money and awareness for autism. And many of you know our little niece, Karamia, with autism. So they've been huge fundraisers. This started as a small thing, but it's at Mike's Seafood. And I have no doubt that the Kelseys will be there as well. They're there every year running. It's a run, but you don't have to run. You can walk. It's a lot of fun. It's a great event. And then afterwards.
Do you do it?
Yeah.
You did? No.
No, I didn't run it.
Oh,
Did
okay, I was
run
going to
it?
say. Have you ever done it?
I think in years past I did, but there were so many people there that we were yakking. We're walking and yakking the whole time.
Yeah.
We have a
so
lot
it's
of
like
family there.
Stroll
so
into the
we're
ocean.
strolling and walking.
Yeah.
But both of the Kelseys, Kylie and Jason, they both ran.
Yep.
I think every year they do.
Well, isn't that the famous down the shore, Jason chugging a beer kind of scene that happens on a yearly basis? Isn't that where?
Yes,
that goes
and then
on?
Kylie was handing out the shots. So.
But I'm not supposed to mention that?
No, you can. I think that they were people. They knew people had their phones out. It was fun.
Yeah.
But they're just so laid back. So I don't know. Will he be? I imagine that. Will they be speaking, or will he be in a mummer's uniform? And then I'm seeing that. I'm hearing that we don't have any string bands.
What?
This is a controversy.
Oh no, you got to have some mummers.
I'm hearing that they don't have. I don't know. This is a rumor, so I'm trying to confirm it. That they don't have any string bands? I find that hard to believe.
So, big shoes to fill there with Kelsey.
Mm-hmm.
With the speech. Any suggestions as to who's going to fill those shoes?
Well, so I'm saying, why not will Jason be like the honorary, you know what I mean? Will he be there? I don't know that he will.
I would hope so. I like the guy a lot, but I think there is a lot of Eagles fandom at this point that might have tired of him to a degree. It's not that they dislike the guy. It's just, do they really need to hear from
he's had his day?
Yeah, he's had his day. It's kind of moved on. Do we want to hear from the current players, or do you want to go back, revisit the past, and see if... And the problem is, sometimes when you have something that's great on its own, do you really want to try to, follow it up with a sequel and have that chance of falling flat on your face and tarnishing the legacy of the first one?
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Will any eagle wear, any mummery? Will they wear the costume? Will they carry on that tradition? You know?
Like yesterday,
That was
Henry
original.
Machette over on the Dom Show suggested Landon Dickerson. I guess it was an Inquirer story. And Dickerson has a lot of good, pregame kind of speeches. Sounds a lot like Kelsey. I mean, could he show up in a mummer's outfit and kind of take the mantle and the torch and he becomes... Or does it not benefit to try to replicate an all-time great and try to be his own person? It's going to be interesting.
I think it would be really cool to carry on the tradition of somebody dressing up or representing the mummers. I think that would be awesome.
Well, you're
Yes.
going to be there.
Oh, that's true. That's
Do
true.
you happen to have a mummer's outfit?
Yeah,
somewhere?
I do have a sequin jacket.
Oh,
I
there
could
you go.
Find some feathers. We could have some fun with this one. There's so much going on and by the way, one of the headlines this morning, and I know the Inquirer has it, some of the local media, they're honing in on this just to headline this for you, that now the Governor Josh Shapiro here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is suing the Trump administration over what they're calling the federal funding freeze, the DOGE, and alleges that Pennsylvania has not received $2 billion with a B dollars. And so, as you know, our Attorney General, Dave Sunday, who you've heard me interview, and he's a Republican, he did not join other states in suing the administration. So now Governor Josh Shapiro taking over for what other Democrat states have done with the attorneys general. And Governor Shapiro is ordering the lawsuit to join on this. So we'll see where this one goes. As we've been talking about all day, I mean, so far, Trump... they won in Boston, Massachusetts federal court. We told you this all day, that it looks like they prevailed. 73,000 workers, federal workers, signing up to take the deal, to take the buyout. So at the end of the day, though, it's going through the courts. Everything's being put to the test. Where does it end up? But for Pennsylvania, yeah, we are, our governor is, he's now going to test it further and join those other Democrat states. That's it for us. We're going to be down there bright and early wearing our long johns and our warmest stuff.
And our mummers outfits.
Mummers outfits and feathers. Dom Giordano, will you be wearing any feathers or sequins?
Or a mummers outfit.
None of the above. And, I know that Greg Stocker said it's going to be 40 degrees outside. I've done that before, and I know what can happen. But, Dawn, the interesting thing tomorrow is we're going to be hooked up, as I understand it, by Starlink.
Ooh, Elon's keeping us on.
Yeah, so maybe Elon Musk will make an appearance here.
That'd be fun.
Dawn, want to talk about Jack Stolzheimer. I'm kind of surprised he's not said he's coming on yet. He has said he's not going to enforce the law on people that are here.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's right, Jack. We're friendly now, but he will not enforce immigration law on peaceful illegal aliens.
Huh, on peaceful.
Yeah.
So I guess he knows who's peaceful and who has a felony record and is wanted?
Well, that and the Chester, Bucks, and Montco have not answered yet to Delaware Valley Journal and others, Dawn, asking, are they going to enforce the law?
You are in error. And what you should probably do is stop reading the Republican blogs and actually look at the facts.
I love that blog pronunciation every time you play it. Yes.
Snarky Jack. The Dom Show starts right now.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start at PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years, and that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you. Learn more at IBX.com.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. The word manufacturing, Democrats now saying is sexist. We'll get to that. Always love the word thing when a Democrat stumbles onto this. Got a couple of interesting people stopping by, but I was hoping Jack Stolzheimer, the DA out in Delaware County, would come on because, you know, rightfully so, after that initial battle, you may remember it, it was ferocious. When he hung up saying, "I'm not Larry Krasner," well, he's adopted.
My name is Jack Stolzheimer, not Larry Krasner.
And I went through you hung up, Jack.
You're the one that's being obnoxious with this stuff. Now, I ask you a legitimate question.
Thanks a lot, Don.
Go right ahead and answer. Okay. Yeah, you hung up. I didn't hang up. Okay.
Okay. All right. So we had very good moving forward after that because there were a lot of things that he did that I liked. But let me break down what he told people out there in Delaware County. And again, have the suburbs changed this much? Now, the other 3 DAs, and we'll ask them, particularly the Bucks County DA who's been on the show, they have not answered, as far as I know at this point, because of Stolzheimer, they have not answered whether or not they're going to enforce the law, meaning the law on illegal immigration. So late yesterday, Jack Stolzheimer, and I'm reading from the Delaware Valley Journal.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He said that he portrays himself, says the Delaware Valley Journal, as a law and order Democrat. And on some things, he's not Larry Krasner. He has been. And I've said that. You know,
my name is Jack Stolzheimer, not Larry Krasner.
Again, I admitted that. All right. And we've, gone back and forth. So I hope he comes on to explain why he won't enforce this law, though. And he makes it almost like it's discriminatory. He says in his statement that my policy without exception is we're not to inquire about a victim and witness legal status in the United States. We are going to enforce the law irrespective of those victims, who they love, who they pray to, or legal status in the country. How are those things like legal status in the country the same thing? He says once you lose this trust of people that are here illegally, well, you can't go back. We hear that argument all the time. Now, at the same time, we have Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is going down Broadway yesterday. This is cut 9, Henry. Here's Pam Bondi. And Pam Bondi says if you're not complying with federal law, you're next. Get ready. Would she sue or would she bring charges against Jack Stolzheimer? Here's what Bondi said about the people in New York who are, in her words, putting people here illegally over those who are legal and making up the law as they go along. Here's what Attorney General Bondi said.
And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois, strike 1. Strike 2 is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next. Get ready. And the great men and women of law enforcement are standing behind me today. We have FBI, DEA, ATF agents. They put their lives on the line every single day to protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you.
So the question I'd have for Jack, he says if they're criminals, well, if the police pull someone over, then, as I understand this, they're not able, though, even though they may have committed some infraction, according to him, inquire about their legal status. Really? That's what you just got done saying in the example that Pam Bondi. Right there, I now declare, as if you didn't know, that suburban Philadelphia is a sanctuary cartel. In other words, we know Montgomery County is a sanctuary county to the extreme. Delaware County, by this edict by Jack, is a sanctuary county. They're giving sanctuary. That's what it means. Chester County, I would say, without a doubt, is also a sanctuary county. Bucks is the only one where, at least on paper, they're not. Why are the DAs, and we'll try to get them on to answer, are they going, I mean, shouldn't they be able to say yes or no? Are they going to take the position Stolzheimer and Krasner are taking? Or are they going to enforce the laws? We'd love to give them a forum, all of them on at once, 2 or 3 of them together, to tell us their differences and what they're going to do. Doesn't this underline, again, though, what the hell has happened to the suburbs? How has it been captured where Jack, you know, if he did it under the table here, it's one thing, comes out and makes a stance on this. And he says that his mother fled from Ukraine from the Nazis, and that's where his sensibilities lie with this. Okay, but I'm sure she came here legally under some kind of program. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. I'd love to get you in on that. It's pretty obvious to me that this is outrageous. And again, we built up a relationship where I thought he would come on maybe at some point today. By the way, I did mention to Dawn that tomorrow we're going to be powered by Starlink, we're told. We're going to be with a satellite truck there, and Starlink will be part of the deal. I'll get you all the details on that tomorrow. I know Elon Musk didn't contact me. By the way, though, next week, I've been assured that the Secretary of the Treasury will be on the show. I'll let you know the date and time. That's a big interview for a local radio station because this guy is really one big highway for the success of the Trump administration, inflation, things like that. I can hardly wait to pick his brain and get to the bottom of how he sees we're going to take apart inflation. But RFK Jr. has been confirmed. It was relatively close. And now we move on to see what he does next. That's really the most consequential, even more than defense, I think, what RFK Jr. is going to do. Kash Patel, I haven't seen it yet, but he has to clear his first hurdle today. That will be, well, has he cleared? Yeah, he did. He did clear the hurdle of the committee. So it has to go before the full Senate next. And that is going to be a very, very close vote, probably. All right, 855-839-1210. Now, there'll be a lot of action, of course, with Kash Patel there. A couple more things, then we'll take your calls. So, Jack Stolzheimer, if you live in Delaware County, how do you feel about that? You're officially a sanctuary county. That's exactly what it means. You're going to give sanctuary to people that are here illegally. They deny that they are. They have a radical council that runs it. They're very, very progressive. I'd say they're the equal of Montgomery County. How did the suburbs get to this point? You know, we were told during the election cycle that people cared more about illegal immigration than they did here in our suburbs than they did inflation. And yet all four of these, at least two of them are on record as sanctuary counties. The other two are not going all out to say they're going to help Tom Homan in any way, shape, or form. Why is that? Maybe illegal immigration, people in the suburbs, you really don't care. Maybe inflation was the number one issue. Okay. Linda McMahon testifying today, and I want to play this. This is with Bernie Sanders. First of all, Triple H, for some reason, is seated behind Linda McMahon. I don't know if he's going to jump over a table, elbow smash Bernie Sanders or one of these other pesky Democrats. And Vince McMahon, they just dropped charges against him mysteriously in another incident. So Bernie Sanders thinks he's going to pin, yes, pun intended, Linda McMahon, who's going through the confirmation hearing on becoming the education secretary, on the issue of inequality in education. Listen to how she turns that around with Bernie Sanders.
We are living in a society where the people on top are doing phenomenally well, while 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And how do you think that impacts our educational system?
Thank you very much, Senator, for that question. First of all, let me say that I believe that teaching is one of the most noble professions that we have in our country, and we have so many good, dedicated teachers to help our students. I do think that we are trapping students often in low-performing schools, and that's why the president has such a strong policy towards school choice.
But you will agree.
All right, so they went for it. You know, you will agree we have inequality. Okay, Bernie, we have inequality. Let these kids go then. Let them get, she won't say it, I'll say it. You know it. Let them get out of these rotten schools. No, their solution is pour another $1 trillion in. No, let them go to a private school. Let them have a voucher. Let them do what people in the middle and upper classes do. That's a way to beat inequality. Let them vote with their feet. Let the parents make a decision. Why is this so hard? Because they're never going to go for that. You just have to beat them into submission at the ballot box to get it. All right, let me give you the side question today. Dan suggested this the other day, and then tomorrow we'll have a question that's related. We'll have parade coverage. We'll bring you everything that's in the news. But we're going to be at the base of the Art Museum, as I said, hooked up by Starlink, if you can imagine. Stop by. You'll see us, Dawn and I, in the beginning, and then we'll take you up and through all the speeches, which is going to be kind of wild. We'll have our hand on the dump button. How many in the speeches, profanities, do I predict? If they go on for as long as I think 20 is the over and under, maybe more. I mean, one guy could go nuts and do it.
Smashing the under on that.
Okay. And again, I'm not going to be pushed around and say, well, you're a prude on this. Why is it necessary? Why has this become a thing that you're going to do in that? On a football field, ready to go on a football field or during a game, I get it. But here in a thing celebrating this, what's the necessary element? Because Kelsey did it and was entertaining with a lot of other things that he said. Is that become the standard? I mean, is that a foolish question to ask? Of course it's not. If you're on the other side and says it's completely appropriate, it's football. You're not playing a football game tomorrow. All right, side question. Tonight, or tomorrow night, but we're doing it today because tomorrow's a parade. Give us that film that you think would be great to watch with your significant other, wife, boyfriend, husband, whatever it might be, your significant other. I'm going to take two off. One, Speed. First time I saw Speed, I think it was the debut of the couple in Speed, pretty much. The freshness of that, the stuff that went on was just incredible. I mean, there's a lot of action, too. A lot of people killed. The other, Roe has seen The Proposal. I think at last that we've counted 27 or 28 times.
Jeez.
Oh, yeah. And I don't mean parts of it. I mean almost the whole thing. If it's on, she will gravitate toward it no matter what. So The Proposal, you can watch it tomorrow night. Yes, let's watch The Proposal. All right, Henry, what's yours?
I think it's kind of crazy you went with Speed there. I mean, Keanu and Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock never looked better. Coming out
I
of
can
the
agree
box.
with that, but like
look at the end of the movie. In fact, what the two of them say about their romance.
Yeah,
They
that's
think
true.
That's a whole.
They did have an insane
sub-theme.
chemistry in
Yes,
that on and
yeah,
off screen.
Yeah. That's the whole thing. Is they're particularly crashing through that thing and coming out into Hollywood Boulevard. It's a great scene.
Yeah. Oh, it's 100%.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for my answer today, I'm going to go with a movie that I've brought up time and time again on this show, and that would be the musical from 2016, directed by Damien Chazelle, starring Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling, La La Land.
Okay.
Fantastic
I
soundtrack.
thought it was a good film.
Yeah,
I don't like Gosling, but yeah, I thought it was a good film.
Don't like Gosling, huh?
No.
Why?
I think he's completely. I don't get how this guy gets these big roles. I don't see it.
You don't see it. Is it because of the acting, or is it just...
He just is a nothing to me. He's not a bad guy or anything.
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
but he gets in huge films.
Yeah, I think this film in particular is one of the best made this
Yeah.
century, if not the best.
Okay.
That's how high in regard I hold this. Yeah.
Okay. All right, here's how you get in then. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and you're on board. Hit us with that at the end of your call. So Delaware County now officially a sanctuary county, the entire county. Montgomery County already has been. Chester County is. Bucks, I'd love to hear from the DA. Just tell us. Do the people in the suburbs care anymore? Do they want their DAs to say, I'm not going to enforce the law, or I am going to enforce the law? Look, I get her along. We had her on with the Bucks County, but I'm looking at the Delaware County Journal today and others, and there's no response on this. Are you going to help ICE with people here illegally? Yes or no? And I'm not just talking now. We're just not talking now with criminals. I'm talking if we get beyond that, which we're not at that point yet. But why would you not help enforce this law? Tell us your reasoning why you're against this law. If you're the DA, are you not supposed to enforce laws? Now, you have discretion of a sort, but then you make your case. Tell people why you're using that discretion, that you're not going to enforce the law. Montgomery County, we know they're progressive, they're crazy. Delaware County, apparently it's the same thing. Mushroom country, there you go, in Chester County. How about Bucks? The people there want to know, are you going to enforce the law with people that are here illegally? Yes or no? It's all a big mystery. 855-839-1210.
And someday as I sing the song...
Hey, it's Nick Kale with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Westchester University, February 21st, and Pittman, New Jersey, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Road closures, parking restrictions, and bus detours for the Eagles Parade are beginning today. Bird star A.J. Brown makes good on his promise and visits the 10-year-old boy injured during the Northeast plane crash. And Joann Fabrics is preparing to close more than half its locations across the country, including a dozen across our area.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano's show, 855-839-1210. Now's a good time to get on. Hit us with that film. It's all in the telling, all in the call that you think is the romantic film, is the Valentine's Day film. Again, tomorrow we'll have a question related to the parade and all that's going on. I hope to see you if you're anywhere near the Art Museum. And I will try to detail how Starlink works. That's what we're told we're going to be powered by. All right, the PIAA, the Pennsylvania Interscholastic Association, says, and they have been kind of agnostic on this, that now they will follow the executive order signed this week by President Donald Trump barring transgender student athletes from women's sports. Now, this is really good news. We're going to talk with a school board member a little bit later in the show at Central Bucks, and I'll ask about that. I mean, how are these school districts still going to flout the law? What are they going to base that on? If the PIAA now is saying to ratify their school district, et cetera, they're going to follow the law. I can hardly wait. I'm serious to see the Central Bucks outfit lose federal funding. That's what they need to happen. Every one of these school districts in our area who think they're just going to tough this out. Before they told us with Biden, they had to follow federal law. Now they don't want to follow federal law. Here's Randy Weingarten. This is the last cut. This is cut 19. Here's Weingarten telling us that Musk and Doge, what they're doing, just an accounting of the money. Here's a word, Randy. They're cruel. Here's what she said.
What are you hearing, Randy, from your members who have woken up to these letters?
So, our members work in the field in schools. We don't have members that actually work at the Department of Education, but we have people like, for example, the head of all of Career Tech Ed at the Department of Education. This is Career Tech Ed Month, so we were talking to her when she was put on leave, and she's the one who actually makes sure that that school districts all across America have the money that they need for kids to become welders and for kids to have apprentice programs or for things like that. So what we're hearing is just complete chaos and, frankly, a whole bunch of cruelty, because at the end of the day, you can make departments more efficient, and I'm not a big believer in bureaucracy, but this feels like, as Elon Musk said to you, evisceration. So here's a guy who has hundreds of millions of dollars of contracts from these departments, and he's not touching them, but what he's doing is really taking money from kids who really need it in the field. And these departments, yes, they can be much more efficient, but that's what the education department does. It gives out money to kids so you can feed them a decent lunch, so we can have, tutors for reading, so you can actually help kids with math problems. That's what's going on right now.
Oh, my God. And they just sit there. Why are you a bump on the log? Are you a human being? The person that asked the question, and say, did you just hear yourself? Kids are not going to have lunches. They can't be welders now. They've seized on the welders thing. All they do is they take the money and funnel it. Not true. Not true at all. And this is a state-funded operation in the main. This is where they always have to go, because they know a sympathetic media is not going to challenge them. So they continue to sit there and prattle this stuff on in hopes the word cruelty will stick. We're stopping kids, not just the lunches now, from being welders. The other day, Democrats, yesterday may have been, we talked about how they were saying that government workers are Navy SEALs. They're all Navy SEALs. Now, any number of them are lazy and incompetent. Not all of them, but any number of them. They don't want to go back to work. They have all these office buildings they have to get rid of. That doesn't sound like Navy SEALs to me. Democrats are defending the indefensible. They're defending the bureaucracy. They're defending the administrative state. These people that are excessively paid, who get in our lives and want to be unaccountable. Now, I'm just hoping we get to the Fed and we get to the military accounting sooner rather than later. That's where I think there's a lot of action. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. As I said, Jack Stolzheimer, the DA out in Delaware County, I admire that he stood up and he said, yeah, I'm not going to do that. We're not going to have these roundups. This is...
Wow, you're actually interested in something happening in Delaware County.
You know what?
Terrific.
You know what, Jack?
That's terrific.
You know what, Jack?
Yeah, there you go,
Jack.
Jack.
Look, Jack.
All right. People in South Africa, we had a lot of hits on the podcast listening to that. Was that riveting, particularly when the hang-up happened?
Brazil, too, right?
Yeah. So I hope he'll come on today. We've been getting along great because when there were things that he did that I liked that were much different than Krasner, I praised it. He recognized that. But why this law? Why are we not going to enforce this law? Why are we choosing that? And the statement trying to blend it in with its vaguely discriminatory, people you love, people you pray to, and all the rest of it. Why? That's what I'm going to ask him and let him see if he can explain for 2 or 3 minutes of that, and then I'll fire back what I think of his explanation. But again, I come back to all the time, this isn't just about Stolzheimer, Trump, illegal immigration. It's about what has happened to the suburbs around Philadelphia, where the other DAs are not weighing in. So, Dan, I'd love to ask the Bucks County. You can ask their office. Would they come on and just say, or tell you, yes, we'll enforce the immigration law? And if they say, well, what do you mean by that? I just mean the law. That's it. Whatever. Is the law mysterious here about this? If you're in the country illegally, does that mean nothing should happen? Right away, we hear these DAs make it like we're on a hunt, kicking in doors all over the place. When what we're going after are criminal aliens and those with deportation orders. But I'm going today beyond that. Once we get outside that, really, isn't that the law? And if police come upon you in a situation and you're here illegally, are the DAs around Philadelphia and Krasner saying, well, you should be able to stay? Why? Under what guideline are we doing that? It is not the law. Law is pretty clear on this, unless there's something I'm missing. That's why I'd like to have some of these DAs on to explain this. And the DA over Montgomery County is relatively good. In prosecuting crime, et cetera, I don't have much issue there. But Chester County, they're suspect because they're mushroom country. They're not going to enforce the law no matter what. They want people here to work. We've had the mayor on of Kennett Square, and he essentially said, well, we need these people that are going to work jobs that Americans won't do. Is that what the standard is then? It must be in the suburbs. When I challenged that in the last election and said, at least in our area, I don't believe illegal immigration is the number one issue. We kept on hearing that's the number one thing people wanted something done about. Is it really? I don't see people taken to the ramparts out in Delaware County. They're not going crazy over this. I still think it's inflation. We hear more about the other. Is it really something that people want something done about? All right, let's go to George in Egg Harbor City. George, you're in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, George, good afternoon. Yo, George. All right. Call us back, 855-839-1210. Side question today. Give us that romantic film. Give us that film that you think is perfect to watch with your significant other. All right, your calls are next. And as I said, in the Philadelphia suburbs, at least, these seem to be quasi-sanctuary counties. Pam Bondi says if you're harboring illegal citizens, she says, over American citizens, she's coming after you. And this seems to be criminally. At least she's doing that in New York. Would she say to a Stolzheimer, you have to enforce the law, other you're prioritizing illegal aliens over U.S. citizens? And Montgomery County and the suburbs just shrug. It is a never-ending story with me to see how this has changed. So is illegal immigration really that big of a deal? To us it is. To Talk Radio 1210, to listeners to in many places across America. In the Philadelphia area, apparently not. All right, DJ just sent this to me. PennDOT is planning to have added lanes on parts of the Schuylkill Expressway. You know, the side lane, I'll explain. And they would do it by some mechanism where they would decide traffic's too crowded, open up this other lane. Wait until you hear this scheme that PennDOT is planning. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hey, it's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, they're buy one, get one free exclusively for our listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50. You buy one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s to receive a second bottle absolutely free. Again, just use that code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and handmake 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke.
Drier conditions return for the afternoon with some sunshine possible. It'll turn windy and milder with a high 52. Colder tonight, partly cloudy with a low 28. And for Friday, it'll be dry for the parade. Plenty of sunshine, but windy and chilly with a high 38.
When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, you're with Dom the day before the big day. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. You have a sitting DA just saying, I'm not enforcing the law. Other DAs, we're trying to get an answer from them. Will they enforce the law? Or will they tell me, well, that depends on what law you're talking about? Okay. Are you allowed to be here legally? You know what the answer is to this. You know what the law is. Are people in the suburbs okay with that? It seems to me they might be. Was the last election about that? Did people not say in descending order, people with a criminal background that did this? Absolutely, 100% get them out of there. People with a deport order, yep. Then we got down to the level of those that didn't have those. And still, we were in the 55 to 60% range of people that said, yeah, time's up. Suburbs different. If you're in Delaware County, is it a sign of the times? They're just not going to enforce the law. So these people in Delaware County that are elected officials like Jack and others, when people put up all over social media that Delaware County is a sanctuary county, stop telling us it's not. If you're not enforcing the law on this, then by definition, it's a sanctuary county. You can come on and tell us otherwise, but that's how I see it. All right, I mentioned PennDOT now. PennDOT are going to put lanes. You've heard about this before, easier flow. They're going to add essentially the side lane, another side lane on both sides, a busy stretch of I-76 in the Philadelphia area. They hosted a public hearing on the flex lane would run from Route 202 to Cal Pike in Upper Marion Township to I-476 in West Conshohocken. A separate project would create a flex lane along westbound I-76 from City Avenue to Belmont. Now, that is a choke point, without a doubt. PennDOT would control when the lane is in use to allow for easier traffic flow. Now, I'm looking at this, and I don't see how they control that. Do they send somebody out there, or do they put, I guess they put flashing signals up saying you can use this lane now?
I'd imagine it's like how the bridges kind of operate, where they have that moving kind of median in between, and they have that truck, like that zipper truck that will shift the lane over as it goes down.
Yes, but do you think PennDOT can accomplish this on something like highways? A bridge, people are usually, at least in the beginning, a little bit more sensitive to speed and all, and looking at lights because they're on the bridge. I don't know on this, you know, and then when PennDOT hits the button, what happens if you're in the lane? I'm not sure how that works and where it ends up. It reminds me of Arlen Specter coming on before, I think, his last campaign and saying, Dom, we're going to double-decker the Schuylkill Expressway. That's my big idea. You won't have any traffic problems anymore.
I'm still in support of that.
Yeah, but can you imagine this project, what it will take and how long it would take?
Any news about how much this would make? Because if you go down to Washington, D.C., if you look at 95, there's an express lane that separates, and there's along the entire lane, there's scanners for Easy Pass, and they accumulate over time as to how much time you spend in the express lane. You have to pay out for a higher toll. Is that something you think they might consider here?
I hope they don't.
No,
I mean, this is already, to me, a boondoggle. I don't trust them to operate this, so I want them not to make money up.
Yeah, there's no tolls on this road to begin with, at least in this stretch. I drive it every day, so if they started now, I'd just go back to the train.
I mean, I might be okay with it when you get to City Line, that choke point there. It is historically bad. Okay.
Yeah, like as someone who drives out of here every day at like 4 o'clock when it's bad,
that's really bad.
I know exactly where they're going to have these lanes and try and set them up.
It's fool's gold because, like when I go to Dr. Bent's, I kid myself and say that's a much straighter shot than doing some other things. And then when I get stuck in it at only 3:15 in the afternoon, I go, how in the world is this possible?
Why is it so sinful for a double-decker Schuylkill Expressway, though?
Because it would cost, I don't know how much, and take them, I don't know how long to build.
Yeah.
And
it's like a prime spot for it, though. I mean, look across the river at the 76 where they did under the train station.
Yeah.
I think they could do something like that with double level. It's residential driving on top of the highway on the bottom.
All right, these are the same people that might be around that built the Schuylkill Expressway, where you have places where you get on from the left lane, which everybody knows that's insane.
Terrible.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, south? It's a little bit north of South Street, getting on in the left lane. I mean, it's a suicide mission there. So the first day they built the Schuylkill Expressway, it was supposed to handle 49,000 cars, as I remember it. Within a week, it was handling 100,000. So, we know what the difficulty. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's go to Columbus, New Jersey. They don't have problems like that. It's Joe in Columbus. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Don. Hey, tell Dan I'm sorry I called him Henry.
Okay. Well, I don't know about that. It's fine.
You remember the Big Dig in Boston?
Yes.
That took like 15 years.
All right.
This thing will take at least 20, maybe 25.
I would agree. And PennDOT being in charge just doesn't inspire confidence. SEPTA's not in charge. By the way, just a little note, Dan, before you. SEPTA tomorrow, their mission is to say, take the train, every day. Don't drive into the city, right? Let's see how they perform tomorrow. I'll be watching.
Yeah, all right. Be a good proving ground.
Yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
Tom, my side question, and it wasn't a mutual decision. It was a feel out. I was on a date. It was her choice for the movie. And did you ever feel like, when you're being watched, checked out, stared at, monitored.
Oh, sure. You mean on a date? Oh, yeah, absolutely. We always feel that. Yes.
In a dark movie theater. It was her recommendation to go to Kramer versus Kramer.
Oh, God.
To see if I was the proper parental candidate.
Did you pass, Joe?
Oh, I got choked up by the movie, but I didn't feel an obligation to get choked up.
I hear you.
She felt the obligation to take me there. That's the nah, hold on now, you know?
Yeah, Kramer versus Kramer, that's a pretty rough, non-romantic film, I think.
Well, at the end, I mean, you know, the custom, all that, how he won out in the end. It was a tearjerker.
Oh, absolutely. All right, Joe, that's a good one. We'll put it down for that. I don't know about the romance. Dan, we didn't get yours.
51st Dates, Adam Sandler, Drew Barrymore.
Oh, I knew you were going to go with that one. I don't know why I don't like that one. I never have seen it.
It's such a good concept. Yeah? She has an injury that she loses her memory every day, and he has to get her to fall in love with her on a daily basis. It's a beautiful film.
All right.
So I looked into it. The reason why Schuylkill was allegedly very unfeasible was not only the price of the highway itself, but because there are so many bridges that run alongside it, they'd have to actually raise the bridges as well, and that added an exorbitant expense on top of what we already are talking about.
Can you just see these guys coming up with our inspector saying anything, and people are calling in? Is that going to happen? Is that going to happen, Dom? No, the old time was when our inspector sat there with Michelle Bachmann. And Michelle Bachmann said, I voted for prosperity in the bill on my show in Washington. And he goes, that wasn't a bill. Now get me a beer. No, he said, act like a lady to her. Yeah, act like a lady. Yeah. And Michelle Bachmann says, I think I am a lady. And he said something about back talking or whatever. It was a meltdown.
Pop me up there, Henry.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
This is beginning to sound like a TV talk show. I asked you a question as to what you voted for, and you didn't say anything. Because
I voted for prosperity.
Now, wait a minute. I'll stop and you can talk. I'll treat you like a lady, so act like one. My question to you was, what did you vote for?
I voted for prosperity. I didn't vote for the government takeover of private industry, whether it's in healthcare or whether it's government heaping debt upon us that our children have no possibility of paying back without.
All right, so there's your guy building another bridge. I always use that to incriminate the whole project. Yeah,
he really did talk like that, huh?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We're not making fun of it.
No, we're not making fun of it. No, that's it. He it made international news. It was nuts. And then I just leaned over and he touched me in the arm. Now, Dom, you're going to interrupt me? It was.
I mean, I have more to that clip.
Yeah, let's hear it.
A radically reduced standard of living. I'm a federal tax litigation attorney. My husband and I have created 50 jobs. We're not a big deal, but we created 50 jobs. In the Obama administration, less than 7% of the people in the administration have any private sector experience. That's why every answer is more government. The people don't want more government.
Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann with us, Senator Arwen Specter. Replied, Dom. She said, I voted for prosperity. Well, prosperity wasn't a bill. It wasn't.
Well, why don't we make it a bill?
Wait a minute. Don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you. Act like a lady.
Oh,
I think I am a lady.
I think she is. Well, I think you are too. That's why I'm treating you like one. But just don't interrupt me. I asked her what she voted for. First, she didn't answer anything. Then she said she voted for prosperity. Well, prosperity wasn't a bill that came. But Senator, let me ask you: is it your position that? Don't interrupt me either, Don. But she's talking from talking point.
Oh my God! It's all in the office of Bob Brady, who was a congressman, and lent his big meeting room there to us. And other people were walking into the room. Ron Paul, not Rand Paul, the dad, and he left. He didn't want to be part of this. It was crazy town. Just the two of them. All right. Here's how you get in. All right. Kramer versus Kramer. I think we can get more romantic, but let's see.
Hopefully.
855-839-1210. You can get on board. And this, it should be stunning. Maybe it's not. A couple newspapers think it is. The DA in Delaware County says, I'm not going to enforce the law. What about the others? Dom Giordano Show, Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Rita in North Philadelphia. She's got thoughts on a couple of issues.
Reason why they don't let the children go to school after the Super Bowl. Most of those parents, a lot of them, not all, are drunk.
Being drunk is absolutely true. What's up, Frank?
I'm on duty right now with you guys.
Nice.
I never drank in my entire life when I was working for 4 companies.
You don't drink on duty, you just call talk radio while you're on duty. You have a lot of duties to fulfill.
Duty. Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hi, I'm Mike Venaria Jr. with Prosperity Private Wealth. No matter your occupation, whether you work for a big company or you're a small business owner, everyone wants to keep as much of their earnings as possible. I specialize in tax minimization strategies and retirement planning that'll help you build a strong financial future for you and your future generations. Call me, Mike Venaria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Doge dominating the news again today. And again, it's just an audit of the federal government, essentially. Here is Josh Hawley, the Republican from Missouri, bringing up a point. This is cut 16. If you think that what we found so far, and I'd like to see the running clock to show us how many billions we found so far, right, is big, wait until we get to the USAID. Wait till we get to their aid on Ukraine and the nonsense. Remember that 60 Minutes? I should go back and pull it, where we were spending millions, if not billions of dollars to prop up their small businesses. Remember the argument on 60 Minutes on that? Not our own small businesses, not even in California, things like that. Where were we propping them up? Ukraine. Here's Hawley making a point about that.
Do you think that America should in some way be reimbursed? If knowing Trump, he's going to try to figure out a way for the American taxpayer to recoup some of the money blown in Ukraine, whether it's some energy situation or deal with Russia or Ukraine, or maybe together, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what ends up happening.
You know what else needs to happen is we need an accounting of every single tax dollar that's been spent over there. Because remember, right now we have zero because Congress never would vote for an audit of the money. And the White House, the Biden White House, never would do one. We need to know exactly how this money has been spent all these years. And if you think USAID is a corrupt thing, just wait till we see how our money has been spent. We need to know it. And I'm glad the president is going to bring this to a close.
Yeah, the Pentagon should be next. Senator, thank you, as always.
Yeah, Ukraine, the money in Ukraine, both what we know and what we don't know and how they spend it. What was it? Zelensky recently said he knew where about $70 billion did. He didn't know the rest, $100 billion more. Endless. Just an endless, bottomless pit of corruption. That's Ukraine. All right, let's go to Brandy in Cherry Hill. Brandy, you're in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Brandy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Good.
Thank you for bringing up this topic because I live in New Jersey and my family has been traumatized by an undocumented illegal for about 5 years now.
In what way?
In ways that they got stopped when they're driving without a license, and they said that they can't do anything about it because they did never have a license, so they can't say that they're driving without a license.
Ridiculous, right? Yeah. Funny business there, yeah.
And $5,000 was paid, in the over the summer, trying to, get some problems resolved with a family court. And the lawyer told my family, "You have to tread lightly." And they put in all kind of falsified records and reports to the DIFUS. DIFUS ignored everything.
Well, Brandy, I would tell you the good news is this is going to be an big issue in the governor's race coming up. And if the Republican wins, whichever one it is, you're going to start to see a better day on this front. Sorry that you had to go through that, but better days are coming. That's why it's so critical, this upcoming race. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up, we're going to talk with a school board member out at Central Bucks West because headlines yesterday indicated in their special ed class, there were usage of illegal restraints. We have been given that story, but we couldn't verify it, and the Bucks County Courier-Times apparently did because the Pennsylvania Department of Education said so. So what is it about Central Bucks, that school district? We'll get to the bottom of that, and I'm also going to ask, now the PIAA, the president's order, will Central Bucks comply with the idea that you can't have boys or men, however you want to look at it, in women's sports? They're on record saying, yes, you will. That's where the test is going to be. What will the Trump Department of Education or the Trump administration do about all this? Phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Coming to you next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of
hairy balls.
There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guest. Lee Vasblom is a former board member. I thought it was current. Maybe the Inquirer had it wrong. Former board member of the Central Bucks School District. In the news again yesterday for, shockingly to me, according to the Inquirer, Bucks County Courier-Times, Pennsylvania Department of Education, using illegal restraints on kids, young kids, I believe, in special ed. I'm not sure if allegedly one of them was the child of somebody who is either on the school board or was. We were told about it, but couldn't verify it. But there are several things I wanted to talk about, and Central Bucks is kind of the face, so much in the news. You know why, with all the issues that are going on with school boards and some of their decisions. They're the biggest, most affluent, arguably educated, etc., one of the biggest in the country. So let's go to Lee Vasblom here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lee, welcome to the show.
Dom.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thank you so much for having me.
So, Lee, you were a former board member. Were you in the big election, the last election, and your side was voted out?
Well, I did not run again, but yes, I was. That would have been my year to run, and we lost our seats. All
right. So when you heard this story, and you probably heard what we were hearing anyhow, and we just couldn't verify it, so we didn't do anything with it, about these illegal restraints on kids. What is alleged that they were restraining them with?
Well, it's really concerning, Dom. And in fact, my former board colleague, Jim Pepper, has come out very publicly about the abuse that really occurred with his son, and asked us if we would come and speak at the school board meeting, because it was being brushed under the rug and no one was addressing it, and these were some egregious behaviors. So there was definitely a police investigation, and then allegedly, and it sounds like, in my opinion, it was kind of minimized and hoped it would go away by the administration. The Department of Education caught on and was just in the district doing an investigation, and their redacted report is out that basically does confirm that there were illegal restraints done to a couple of kids, and it was 20 to 40 minutes several times a day, and it was never reported.
You mean physical restraints of some sort?
Yes.
Okay.
Physical restraints, and some of which occurred while the child was naked, unclothed.
Wow. So, Lee, immediately when I see that, I wanted to ask you, and, I value what you do, what you've been involved in there, and you've been on the board there. What is it with this school district that it is unending of stories like this,
right?
Particularly for a school district this prominent, this highly educated, this affluent? This is the type of stuff you expect to see somewhere else, is the way I would put it.
Yes. Well, the reality, Dom, and you know this, it's a big school district.
Okay.
So there are going to be, bad people who work at a school district. But I can tell you that our special ed program is just extremely amazing at the stuff they do. And so really, when you look at a situation like this, I see a bad teacher that made some really egregious decisions and harmed children. And then what I see the problem being is that the administration didn't really handle it appropriately. And that's, unfortunate, because really the school board and the administration are the firewalls between these bad entities and protecting children.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, Lee, if you were sitting on a school board, or your knowledge of this, the next area I'm interested in is, since the changeover of the school board there, and you knew they were going to this way, they're adamant about they're going to have gender fluid and or males, it seems to be, in female sports, even though we don't know if any are there at this point. We have the executive order of the President of the United States on this, attached to federal funding, Title IX. We also have the PIAA, and I had the guy on who sits on the board just the other day, who's the new GOP chairman across the state, saying that, yes, they're taking a position. They're absolutely going to follow the letter of the law that is currently there.
Yeah.
What do you think the school board, and would people really, do they reflect, if they still want to go down this path on this transgender issue, do they reflect what Central Bucks is about?
Well, Dom, I don't think it's a speculation. I mean, I sat at the meeting in January when I spoke regarding the mistreatment of these special ed children, and they addressed this issue, and they publicly stated that they were going to go back to the policy for 2020, which was ironic because there was no policy in 2020. We had written a policy that clearly made it clear for teachers and for administrators what the policy was, and they discontinued that policy. And then they, instead of going back to the policy that we wrote, they went back to 2020 when there was no policy. So it was really misinformation with the community.
Okay, so again, would you read this would be one of the school districts? There are some places already saying they're going to resist this no matter what the penalty is. As a former school board member, What would that mean then, even in an affluent district like this, when it comes to federal funding? Is that significant?
Well, I mean, it's 1% of federal funding is 1% of the school budget. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have a budget that's upwards of $300 million, it can be a significant amount of money. And it's just kind of also a little, a lot of these school board members ran on, we would never allow, males in female sports. And they agreed to remove that policy. So really, we're just seeing the normal, activities played out.
So, Lee, you and I have been talking off air about an upcoming conference you have around parental rights advocates and others on school board races.
Yes.
Give us a sense of the landscape, however far you go right now. Has that sunk in that the last election was about that? We're serious about this. It seems to be that concept is still foreign to some of these school boards. They don't get it, that parents are not going to be thwarted anymore by any number of their tactics.
Well, I think they're empowered by what happened in 23 when it was a successful 2-year-long campaign of misinformation and creating chaos and then pretending like they were the ones who were going to save the day. And that's just not the case. And I think parents are starting to wake up. Community members are seeing that, they misled them and that these ideologies that they're trying to push just are not in agreement with the majority of the people in Pennsylvania. And this is an important year for school board elections and local elections. And we're excited to have you join us at a Learn Right Summit coming up on March 14th, where we're going to have a lot of different people come in and speak about what's going on, why it's important, what we can do to protect our communities. And it's, people are tired of being misinformed.
Well, I would say the broadest thing, and the headline of my speech always is, you can elect the president of the United States all that you want. When COVID struck, Trump was president. That doesn't mean these somewhat petty, tyrannical school boards might just do whatever they want. It's the school boards where a lot of the action is that directly affects your life and your kid's life.
Well, people don't realize the power that a local school board holds, and I think that people are starting to realize that. I mean, we've seen here in Central Bucks that last year our taxes were raised, and this year they asked for a waiver from the state to raise our local taxes over 5%. And we don't even know what that is. So once they get a waiver for that, it could be 7%. And, they're using ideas of, infrastructure. Central Bucks School District's operations budget was very healthy. We have enough money to build schools, and to raise taxes is just, it's not necessary, and it's what we're kind of seeing played out right now in the federal government as well. And they're trying to blame, lawsuits and, superintendent settlements, which just is not the case. But, they have a lot of power.
Yeah, without a doubt. Lee, thank you very much. Thanks for the update, and I will see you in March.
As always. Thanks, Tom.
All right. There's the latest from the Central Bucks School District. Just some of the things that are going to happen. This is all, I know it takes forever. You can elect a president, but it comes down to what you do at the local level to enforce this stuff. Although Pam Bondi is going after the state of New York to enforce it. The argument is New York politicians are prioritizing migrants, illegal immigrants, over Americans. That's the level of her suit against this. All right, here's how you get in. Hit us on the side question. Come on, so far, Kramer versus Kramer is something romantic. What film is a great film around Valentine's Day? That's what we're asking with your significant other. 855-839-1210. Now, we're told that Jack Stolzheimer has been out of pocket today. I don't doubt it. I think that could be the case. Even though we'll be centric to the parade tomorrow, coming to you via Starlink, I'm told. Right there, where all the big speeches will. We have extra producers on for the Profanity Watch. We will bring Jack on tomorrow if he'll come on tomorrow. Sure, he can come on and tout the Eagles. I just want to hear his answer to what other laws would you not follow? Is not following the immigration laws prosecutorial discretion? Is that really what it is? We're nowhere near, by the way, coming to the point where ICE is going to be going after people that are here illegally in one form or another. It's criminal aliens and those that have a deportation order already. And there's guesstimated to be 1 million of people, give or take, around that. So it's going to take a while to do this. And some people are being critical, saying they're not taking enough people off the streets quickly enough. You know what it's like to find these people in an underground type of situation like this? I think they're doing a heck of a job, and I'm being honest with you. I know Homan is driving it even harder, and I appreciate that, and we're trying to get him on. As I told you, I've been promised the Secretary of the Treasury next week. And this is the area, and I wanted to ask you this question. How concerned are you about this? You know, are some people just looking the other way when it comes to inflation? Trump is obviously not responsible for the January inflation, that it was hotter than we thought it would be. This is still the spasms left over from Biden. But I'm not in the camp, because this is about continued winning and getting it right, that thinks if we just open up energy, that's the pitch, then what you're going to see is you're going to see inflation shrink tremendously. I don't think it will. It'll help. There's got to be some other things. Biden has baked in. This is why societies collapse. It happened in Germany before the Nazis, etc. You see guys with a wheelbarrow of Marx, I think it was at that point, going to get a loaf of bread. What happens is that puts such pressure on people, you see societal unrest. So Trump has to focus in on that. Even though only 3 weeks in, he's done a lot of stuff. Really, they have cleared more government dead wood, money spent, etc., than Ronald Reagan did in 8 years, and that was Ronald Reagan's pitch. Now, they've been unorthodox in dealing it. They've been aggressive, but it's result-oriented. What about inflation, though? On that front, what else can be done? Now, Steve Moore is supposed to be on the show today, the president's economist. I'll ask him that. This is the type of thing that's going to win the midterms. If Trump is successful in showing people real progress on this, even though it's difficult, I think Republicans win the midterms. I don't think we see this turnover, thus giving us 4 years of Trump to really go after stuff untrammeled by the Democrats. If he doesn't, then you're going to see more Democrats in the House maybe taking over the House or making it more difficult in the Senate. And then they're going to run out the clock. Can't have that happen. So this has cleared an awful lot of stuff. Getting inflation down after what Biden did, though, is a very big task, huge task. I'm not overvaluing it. I think there's some people that think, well, he just, he stopped our energy sources, opened that up. It helps. But what he did, what this man did, he and his whole rotten family, is so diminishing for no reason to the middle class, so decimating, making people have to deal with this. And that's what the last election was about. People don't want to deal with this. They don't want to be diminished. They want to live their life, maybe vacation, things of that. That's all our American right, not Biden's, to steal it by spending trillions of dollars and putting us into this situation. Now the issue is, how do you get out of that? How do you make a substantial dent in this? And that's an area where I think the Trump people are thinking long and hard about what to do. 855-839-1210. All right, hit us with that movie, romantic movie, significant other. Love to get you in on that. 855-839-1210. Sad to hear, too, and kind of shocking. Look, the parade's going to be tremendous tomorrow where we are. But I'm looking at 10 Pennies Florist will be closed tomorrow on South Broad Street. I mean, it's an iconic florist. And the Inquirer says some of these florists, I think this one, they do 60% of their business on or around Valentine's Day. They will be closed tomorrow as a business decision. And yet they're supporting the Eagles. So that's how can you have a florist shop like that shut on Valentine's Day? That's an enormous sacrifice. All right, let's get to your calls next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Rita in North Philadelphia. She's got thoughts on a couple of issues.
Reason why they don't let the children go to school after the Super Bowl. Most of those parents, a lot of them, not all, are drunk.
Being drunk is absolutely true. What's up, Frank?
I'm on duty right now with you guys.
Nice.
I never drank in my entire life when I was working for 4 companies.
You don't drink on duty, you just call talk radio while you're on duty. You have a lot of duties to fulfill.
Duty.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike, Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at Westchester University, February 21st, and Pittman, New Jersey, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Keeping your home warm, efficient, and safe in winter is paramount. That's why I'm a customer of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They get my home winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Get your furnace checked for winter. If they feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency train furnace. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Gier, Dan Oates Show, 855-839-1210. You get in, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210, hit us on the side question. And this whole issue of inflation and President Trump in the grocery store. Today he's talking about tariffs. That's fine. And I just want to pick the brain of these guys. I'm not sure they know anything that's a startling economic plan, because this is tough. I mean, it's relatively easy to screw up and to inflate. And Biden did it big time. But then once it happens, how do you bail out not just the rate, but actually take apart how much people are actually paying? Again, I know what Trump is saying. And that's a good start, energy drill, baby drill, and all that. But I got to tell you, honestly, that's not going to do it. And I'm worried about how people react to that. They're happy overall. Polling, gut instincts, and all, people are happy. And the more stuff that Elon Musk is able to unmask, the worse it's going to be for Democrats. But ultimately, as you get toward the midterm, that's the one thing Democrats are going to try to push back on. How does it look at the grocery store? All right, so for continue winning to get 2 more years of Trump doing at the pace he's doing now, which would really revolutionize things, how do you show people, wow, look at this. He took upon something. First of all, you have to establish in the mind of people, look, Trump during the campaign, day one, we're going to do this. You know, he says stuff that's dramatic. Everybody does that. But on day one, you can't rid us of what Biden has done. This takes concerted, all-out effort. Let's see. Bernie on the Pennsylvania Turnpike is with Dom here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bernie, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome, Bernie.
Inflation is such a crazy, hard to understand topic. I'm old enough to remember when Nixon, a Republican president, who by today's standards, would be a liberal. He had real trouble with inflation.
Big
it
time.
skyrocketed under his
Price
administration.
controls he put in. Price controls, yeah.
Exactly. That was nuts. And he even convinced the head of the Fed to drop, who was very reluctant to drop the prime rate a little bit. It didn't help. It's a really tough nut to crack. What I don't understand about the drill baby drill thing is we know that the United States is the largest exporter of petroleum products in the world. We know this. So it's not like there's not enough there's not enough petroleum for the United States if we're the largest exporter of it. So how is producing a lot more petroleum products going to help inflation? And is it right to be subsidizing these oil companies to the tune of billions of dollars?
No,
Maybe it is. I don't understand.
I don't think we should be subsidized. I've never thought that. But the more that we produce, the more independent we are, the better it is. We're going to drive down energy costs for people. But that's why, Bernie, I want to get on people like Steve Moore and the others. I want to hear exactly so that we know some kind of metric of what are they going to do that's going to untangle inflation. Because even if you show a hair of progress, when we come to the midterms, people are going to think, well, you promised a lot more. So I'm going to be asking, too. Thanks, Bernie, for a great call. 855-839-1210. By the way, one of the big stories is in Massachusetts, President Trump won a victory in the battle of the buyout of federal workers. Yesterday, I got so many people that asked me, they didn't hear the full context of this. I just got to play this again. These are the Democrats, and you can see this on YouTube. This is cut 4. Here's what they were singing yesterday, that old-fashioned, after everybody in the world dropped the F-bomb, starting with Donald Norcross. Donald, we're not going to call you. I'm not going to waste Dan and Henry's time, but publicly, come on the show. You tell me what you told people yesterday, that you really think working people are on the side of Democrats like you, and what you've done to Camden County. Donald Norcross, come on the show, buddy. If you want to come in studio, that's even better. I welcome it, but we're not going to chase you. You'll hear, I've asked you over the years. I asked you at the Mannion event when you wanted to have a brawl versus tell me your side of the story. Come on the show. Isn't that how Trump won this last election? So-called working people are with Republicans now, at least with Trump. He's broken through, and you guys don't like it. How are you going to get people back? By dropping the F-bomb on Trump constantly? I was on Inside Story. That's why the purple tie today, if you saw the beginning of the show. And one of the debates came up again about Trump and the Eagles going to, I'm going to set the standard even higher, Henry. I'm telling you right now, the Eagles will never be there. If they don't do it in the next couple of weeks and this lingers, Trump will never invite them.
Yeah, I think it's got to be sooner rather than later.
Exactly.
I mean, Lane Johnson opened the door for. He's saying like, "Hey, dude, we'd consider if you offered, but if you don't,
all right."
You know.
I was going to ask you tomorrow. I was saving this tomorrow when we're doing it, but tomorrow we're going to be just in optimism, the Eagles' victory and all. All right, let's go through a couple of players. Do you think Jalen Hurts would vote to go to the White House?
Yes.
Dan, what do you say?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, boy, I'm going to get this one. All right. Barkley, I could see voting to go to the White House. We agree on that one?
Let me just say this right now. I think it'll be unanimous.
Oh, my God. Oh, the boldest prediction of all.
I think this is a tight-knit team, and even if there's disagreements in the locker room, like I don't like the guy, I think they're still going to come to
as a unified front.
A unified front. A unit, the same way they played all year. That's why they won.
I could see Mulata saying he'd vote to go, right?
Everybody.
You're still saying everybody.
Down to Keely Ringo, Rick Lovato. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Slay?
Ben Van Sumeren. Big play Slay.
I don't see it.
Oren Burks.
Cooper DeJean, I think, would vote to go. I'm saying the players that I like, because if they vote to not go, then I'm opposite. I don't care what they... You're going to shake the hand of the office. You're not shaking the hand of the president.
Yeah,
really.
It's what you get to do. It's a privilege of winning the Super Bowl. The same way if you win Super Bowl MVP, you get to go to Disney.
All right, unanimous.
Slay did tweet November 9th, 2016, crying face, Trump won, ... Not good.
Okay. That's not horrible, but A.J. Brown, is he going to take inner excellence to the White House?
He also tweeted, that means Trump got more power than Beyonce and Jay-Z.
I don't know about that.
You know,
all right.
Beyonce and Jay-Z are pretty powerful people.
Yeah, well, let's see if we get Doge on them, and we'll see where that money's coming from. All right, I'm writing that one down, that your Philadelphia Eagles unanimously will vote to go to the White House. Let's hope it's so. That will be an interesting time with Trump. All right, let's go to Bill in Alan. We haven't got too many on the side question yet. Alan in Hamilton, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Alan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, or Dan, is it?
What do you mean, is it? Of course. Where have you been, Alan? You call every day.
George is my name.
Yeah, that's right.
Alan.
And Mustachio there. Go ahead, Alan.
The film I chose, I don't take girls to movies anymore, but in the time that I would, is a film out now called A Real Pain.
Okay.
And it's some very funny and others very serious. And I think if you say I'm thinking of taking somebody that I'm considering for marriage, I'd want to take that kind of film because it has that aspect of life.
Okay, yeah, the ups and downs. Okay, Alan, A Real Pain. Wow. You know, when I used to have Lou Goll on doing the film thing, Dan, one of the first calls we got, this is like 35 years ago, 30 years, Lou was on me like 28 years, something like that, was Silence of the Lamb. He said, as a date night movie. First date.
Come on.
First date.
Oh.
Taking the woman there. Excuse me, I'm going to the bathroom, then go out a window or something to get out of there. This maniac. First date, Silence of the Lambs. What are you thinking?
Horror movies aren't horrible for first dates.
Wait, did you want popcorn with that?
Yeah, exactly. All right, 855-839-1210. Grab a line a little bit later. Hopefully, Stephen Moore will post today at 2:30. He's one of the driving forces here. What do they have to do to break out of this, to show progress? Because people's attention will turn to this away from all the other good stuff. This is a great start. Out of the box, it's unprecedented. But that's the thing you have to deliver on. Also, coming up, this USAID. Now today, we find out they were involved with funding the Russian hoax. Remember that nonsense? I'll tell you about that, too, with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Nick Kale with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
Your Valentine deserves a priceless gift, one that symbolizes your love because it will never go away and continue to blossom forever.
Tony Gambone and Denise Gambone, Royersford, Pennsylvania.
With Valentine's Day coming up, the best gift that you could give to your Valentine is to bring your money to Crash Proof Retirement.
Even in the downturns of the economy, I have security that my retirement funds will grow into a considerable amount of money.
We're not going down. We don't have to recover a loss. Zero becomes our hero. When the market goes up, we just pick up and move forward in a positive direction. We get a double win because we stayed at zero and now we're going positive. It's the best symbol of your love possible. Peace of mind and security.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Trust Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Weather sponsored by Robert Half.
Drier conditions return for the afternoon with some sunshine possible. It'll turn windy and milder with a high 52. Colder tonight, partly cloudy with a low 28. And for Friday, it'll be dry for the parade. Plenty of sunshine, but windy and chilly with a high 38.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. RFK Jr. confirmed, pretty close vote, as the new Secretary of Health and Human Services. And again, he could be the most consequential. Don't know what the first action will be. My advice is, and I think based upon having his people on, he's going to go after what's in our food, dyes and the like. The public will be really happy with that. That would be a great first step to be on the push, to be on the front lines on that. Universal appeal is the way to go. All right, let's go to Robert in Ben Salem, though, on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, it's good to talk to you today. Before I get to my side question, I wanted to talk about what that prior caller was asking about.
Yes.
There's 2 kinds of inflation. There's the monetary inflation, which was occurring when Biden printed up all that money and devalued the dollar, and there's market inflation. Problem with the supply chain,
right.
A big increase in fuel and energy costs, and that drives costs up. Now, the market inflation, Trump will fix within 6 months. You get that gas, you get the fuel going, and costs come down because transportation and supply costs come down. The same with the supply chain. You get that running smoothly so that the shelves are stocked properly and prices stabilize. The monetary inflation is the bugaboo, though, because our economy is still $2 trillion behind our money supply. But the economic growth, within 2 years, when our economy catches up to that money supply, we're not going to be paying a lot more at the grocery store because our dollar will be stronger. It's not something you can look at on a piece of paper and say, oh, the dollar's stronger today. You see it at the market. Now, I don't know about prices coming down a lot, but they're going to stabilize. They're going to flatline so that in 2 years, what we're making handles what we have to buy.
All right,
And that's
here's the
it in a
thing.
nutshell.
We need to hear, and you're really good on this on the dollar, Robert. We need to hear the Trump people out there talking this, explaining it, giving us metrics more. I realize it's been a whirlwind on the other things, and I'm saluting that. The only area where Democrats are going to have any play is the problem that they caused. Case in point, in Jersey, the governor's race, if it's about affordability, how could a Democrat win? They say that's what they're poised to do. They caused it in Jersey. Well, if Republicans, though, don't have a compelling answer on that, somehow or another, Democrats slide by. That's the only thing I'm afraid of. And what you talked about as far as the monetary inflation, they got to do a better job of telling people and showing them that they're working on this. Because in the culture wars, people get it. They're out there. They're saving money. They're auditing the government. They're applauding it. They just want to know, when are they going to be able to afford things a little bit better?
Well, it seems like, and this is just my opinion, they're afraid to talk about monetary expansion. You always hear them say, oh, their spending caused inflation. It wasn't the spending, it was the creation of the money, but they don't talk about that for some reason. It's like they're afraid to talk about it or something. I don't know how to explain that. But I'm very confident that by the midterms, we are going to do well in the midterms, Don, because last time he took office, his tax cuts didn't take effect until 2018. So people who voted in them midterms hadn't felt that. If we act quicker this time so that they feel that in 2026, we'll do a lot better in the midterms. We're going to lose a Senate seat, but we're going to gain in the House, and that's what counts.
Well, it does. So that's where I'm worried about the House. Yes. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah. The side question, I'm looking at rom-coms, because as I was telling Dan, the rom is for the women and the com is for the guys. It's kind of like it's where we meet in the middle, right?
Right.
So in that vein, I'm going to go with Wedding Crashers because that's the only funny rom-com. And it's not really a set rom-com. It's just him pursuing the girl, per se, that he gets in the end. But it was funny. It was very entertaining for us guys, too. So that would be a perfect date movie.
I like it. I like your breakdown of that, whether that film is the one that does it or not. Yeah, the com is for the men and the rom on the other side. You got to put up with a little bit more.
Yeah, I can agree with that statement.
Yeah,
That's the only reason I'd watch him in the first place.
Yeah, that was well put. Now, David in Somerset, we love this guy. I mean, someday he's going to be a good wide receiver for me, but I don't know about his choice here. This is going to be a hard sell. Hey, David, welcome back.
Well, I'd be a good receiver if I had on the proper clothing and cleats and maybe even a set of gloves.
Well, that's right. Next event that we have, I don't know about tomorrow. I'm bringing a football tomorrow because there might be a lull in the action there. Maybe somebody'd want to run out for a pass.
Sadly, I can't make it tomorrow. I apologize, but I have to be way up in North Jersey. But thank God I won't be there for any snow day. So,
yeah. But give us your film, David.
My film is an all-time classic, Love Story, with Ryan O'Neal and why can't I think of her name? Ally McGraw.
Yeah, Ally McGraw.
I mean, she
but
was just
love means never
just
having to say
breathtaking.
you're sorry.
You stole it from me.
Oh God, come on! That is a tagline. It's always been brutal.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful saying because if you think about it, that's what love is. It's supposed to be that you're not holding a grudge against someone. You're in love with them. You are able to forgive them quickly. And I was a kid when I saw it, and I thought she was absolutely beautiful. And then just as the years have gone on, the movie just becomes better and better as you watch it because it's so meaningful.
Well, yeah, I'm going to Henry for a response on this one.
Haven't seen it.
Okay,
can't rule on it.
All right, I have seen too
my
much.
God!
All right, I'll be able to rule on that at the end. We'll put you in there, David. All right, you're one of our favorites, but I don't know. That's pretty tough.
I mean, the guy just complimented you. He didn't throw his quarterback under the bus for maybe a poor throw. At the event.
It was the window. I'm telling you, I was really, really the window. That's what it was. Okay. 855 AT&T 855-839-1210. You get on board. Jump in here, and we'll hear what you got on the side question. Robert made a great point. By the way, here's the latest word that the Democrats do not like. Now, I interviewed this woman, Representative Shurkowski. She was getting off a plane here in Philadelphia, And I don't know, they knew she was coming to Philadelphia, so they started, my theory is, booking her with shows. She's a radical Democrat from Illinois. And after the first 2 minutes, it was insane what was going on back. I mean, you can hear the plane behind it, and the two of us right out of the box. It was all out war. So yesterday, she's bringing a witness in that apparently is involved in the manufacturing industry. And she suggests, here's the latest word now that progressives like this woman don't want. We ought to call manufacturing something else. I guess in official government records, that somehow or another, because man is in the beginning of the word. Lady, it's manu, by hand. Manufacturing. Here's what she said.
Yesterday, I met with a manufacturing company, but they also are engaged in getting young people more engaged in manufacturing. So I asked them, so how many of those students that are signing up and want to do this, how many are women? And they said, well, I know there's at least 13% or something. It was a low number. And you had mentioned trying to engage more women in manufacturing. I'm just wondering if just the name manufacturing sounds like a guy.
Yeah, we don't have the witness on that. That reminds me of Hank Johnson. Would it capsize? So it suggests a guy saying man or manufacturing. How many words do the Democrats constantly want to twist into something that somehow or another is off-putting? So women are not going into manufacturing because it sounds like a guy thing. Kid in element, call it, what else should we call manufacturing? 855-839-1210. You want to say something by hand? You want to say something that drives the world, drives our economy, drives the country? Henry, do you have another word?
It's just no. It's too much. That's why we have words. That's why we speak with specific words, because that's what they mean. That's the etymology of the word.
Exactly.
You were saying it right there, manu. Yeah.
Right. It's like George in Seinfeld, manure, for manure. How it's not so bad. Oh, it would be with this woman. And this is it. It's Hank Johnson. It's women like this constantly trying to create trouble, create problems, censor words in one form or another, rather than there's been great progress. If women want to go into manufacturing, they certainly can. There's all sorts of programs, all sorts of things. Is that an area of interest? Knock yourself out. You can do that. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. It's Thursday. We'll get a little update on Henry's Wide World of Sports. Now, on the show tomorrow, realize we'll be doing two shows in one. That's the beauty of talk radio. We'll be talking about all these things nationally, and we'll be situated right there in front of this big satellite truck with Starlink, right there in front of where the Eagles will speak and where the crowd gathers at the Art Museum. It's a prime position, and we're thrilled. Now, I have been going over routes with like 8 people to get there. And I'm deciding between gridlock or walking 2 to 3 miles. I'm kind of leaning to the walking the 2 to 3 mile part. That's how close I could get.
It'll be a sunny day.
Yeah, time is not so much an issue as early as I get there. Gridlock, that's when it's desperate. That's when you got to get out and walk anyhow. So 855-839-1210. You jump on board with Dom and Henry.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of hairy balls. There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and rideshares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, it's time for a weekly excursion. I think this is the second week we did them. We'll come to your calls. No, third week?
No, second.
Second.
You're right.
With Hank on sports. All right, Henry, with the parade tomorrow, what do you have?
Oh, man. Well, honestly here, I wasn't going to spend too much time on the Eagles. I mean, did you know they played a game this past weekend? It was pretty big, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so, no, I think because the Eagles have won Super Bowl 59, and I think everyone everywhere has been talking about it ad nauseum, we can kind of gloss over for them and save all the Eagles talk for tomorrow. Do you think?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so let's move across South Philly here. Let's move over to hockey. How about that? The Flyers finished out last week with a loss to the Capitals on Thursday night. Last time I brought this segment to you, everybody out there. They had lost to the Capitals that night 4-3, but they finished off the final game before the All-Star break with a 3-2 victory over the hated arch-rival Penguins. Now, Dom, instead of an All-Star game this year, I don't know if you had noticed this, but they're not doing the All-Star game this year in the NHL.
I did not.
No. Do you know what they're doing instead?
Well, they do the skills thing. What else do they do?
So they're not doing the skills thing. So it's called the Four Nations Face-Off.
Okay.
And what this is that it's four nations, hockey-playing nations, that are having their best players represent them in a 4-team tournament. Do you know which 4 nations these might be, by the way?
Probably Canada, the United States, Russia.
No Russians, not invited.
Right.
They're a bit of party poopers, so yeah, they weren't invited. No, it's actually your Scandinavian friends, the Swedes and the Finnish. They are the 4 teams that are playing this week and the next 2 weeks. Instead of an NHL All-Star game, they will compete in a round-robin tournament starting yesterday, and they will compete to see who the best nation in the world at hockey is.
All right.
And there's been a few flyers that were named to these teams. We don't have to go through that right now, but just know that you are well represented here in Philadelphia in terms of hockey. There is talent, there is players on the way that will help the Flyers win in the future, and they are represented on the biggest stage in the world. Moving over to the Sixers. I know you've been watching, Dom. It's looking pretty bleak heading into the All-Star break.
To put it
here.
mildly, yeah.
The Sixers had some tough losses starting on Sunday before the Super Bowl on the road at the Bucks. I don't even think people knew that game was on. It was one of those where you're just like, oh, they're playing
You
today.
really got to love basketball. Even then, you're not watching it. Yeah.
And then last night, a loss to the Nets, a night after losing to the Raptors, 2 of the 3 worst teams in the Eastern Conference. I think we have to start asking some hard questions here, Dom. And forgive me if this question's already been asked, but I don't listen to a lot of sports talk radio locally. Can the Sixers, with Embiid's health problems, this will be, he talked this week about how he's probably going to have another knee surgery. This would be his 4th. Is it about time we ask the question, can the Sixers win a championship with Joel Embiid as its focal point?
Well, due to sports, and I talk about this a lot, not in the way that they should be with caps and all this other stuff. They're in a horrible position here. It's going to be improbable to win with them, but without it, you can't do anything. We're going to go back to just losing games, and people are not going to care again, except people that love something different, even though flawed.
Yeah, and it's a shame because the Sixers right now are looking like the Flyers 3 years ago, where they have all these all-stars, aging all-stars signed to these bloated contracts, and they can't do anything with them.
Yeah, exactly.
And it'll be interesting to see what Joel Embiid looks like. I mean, this is a guy who's turned 30. Like I said, it's going to be his 4th knee surgery in the offseason. He's broken his face twice. He's had Bell's palsy in his face. He's even tore his ligaments in his thumbs twice. I mean, this is a guy who, when we drafted him in 2014 with the back and the knee issues that he was showing, we knew his career was going to be short due to injuries. And at the age of 30, it's looking like it may cut that way. And while he may be a good player for the next few years, I think his time as the lead guy in a franchise, I think that might be over just because he's not going to be able to play enough games anymore.
Yeah, well, that's why you don't pick a guy like this. I wouldn't have picked him.
Tomato. I mean, that's a...
Yeah, number one thing that you need is a guy who's going to be, if you're kidding yourself, you want to kid yourself, then go right ahead. All along, they were kidding themselves. This guy would be able to actually
I'll pose this question to you. The next pick right after him, I believe, was Kristaps Porzingis. Would you have taken him instead?
He's a loser, so I wouldn't have taken him.
So there we go.
Yeah. I'd be tough in the draft board. You mean out of the whole world, I can't find anything better than this? I'm going to find something.
I might have been wrong on that too.
Yeah.
I don't have that draft.
It doesn't matter
where.
I wouldn't pick that guy either.
Yeah, there was. I mean, and it was a tough draft because it was, it was
right.
a winless for Wiggins type season.
Yeah.
That was the slogan for the Sixers that year. They obviously didn't end up with him.
Thank God I don't have to be involved with these guys. Not saying that about the Eagles tomorrow, but the stuff that you got to do to coach pro athletes. You get paid a lot of money, but in the end, not for me.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see because the announcers keep talking with hope that they can turn this season around. But when you're 14 games under 500
and getting worse
with 28 to play,
right?
It's hard to believe that they can salvage this season in any sort of way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So then, like I said, we were going to kind of save the Eagles talk for the parade tomorrow. I think everyone's kind of, Eagles out maybe. So I'll just say this. Phillies spring training.
That's
pitchers and catchers reported
hope
yesterday.
Again. Yeah.
There's hope again. There's hope in the air. Do you think this Phillies team, despite the kind of, I would say the lack of moves they made this offseason, do you think they're still a World Series contender?
Not really, but I
Really?
think it can be. The pitching is good, and they have few star players, so we could be surprised.
Yeah, I think they're in for another World Series type year, but they better be ready to play because the Braves are going to be healthy. I saw Acuna was launching home runs out of their spring training stadium on the first day, and then with the Mets with the signing of Juan Soto, this division's going to be a dogfight. So I hope the new acquisitions like Jesus Luzardo and Max Kepler, I hope they're ready to play, and I hope everyone else in that clubhouse is as well, because games start on the 22nd.
All right, we got a big 2 o'clock hour. Now, thanks, Henry. We hope to bring you Stephen Moore. We've been disappointed, the president's economist. But first, Lyndon McMahon testifying today, and everybody in the world wants to know, how do you shut down the Department of Education? Trump ran on that. We've heard that for years. We're going to have somebody who has a lot of knowledge in that, served with the last Secretary of Education, and a lot to say about what they're going to try to do until they do shut it down. Here are the phone lines, though. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit us on the side question. We haven't been wowed yet. Hit us with that romantic movie you would show. You would sit with a significant other around Valentine's Day. Is that an impossibility for men and women to do that, to coexist around it? And tomorrow, don't forget, big day, all day long from the parade, but we will work in all the stuff that we usually talk about, including hope to have on the DA of Delaware County, Jack Stolzheimer, who said he's not going to enforce the law when it comes to illegal immigration, or at least part of it. I'll throw it out there that way. We want to get him on, have a back and forth over that, see what you think. Big 2 o'clock hour, Dom's Money Melody 2 on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Rita in North Philadelphia. She's got thoughts on a couple of issues.
Reason why they don't let the children go to school after the Super Bowl, most of those parents, a lot of them, not all, are drunk.
Being drunk is absolutely true. What's up, Frank?
I'm on duty right now with you guys.
Nice.
I never drank in my entire life when I was working for 4 companies.
You don't drink on duty, you just call talk radio while you're on duty. You have a lot of duties to fulfill.
Duty. Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Do you want a new opportunity with great pay, benefits, and a team that cares? Stockwell Elastomerics, a 106-year-old employee-owned company in Philadelphia, the city of winners, is hiring sales engineers and motivated manufacturing workers, skilled or eager to learn, day or night shifts. Their employee stock ownership program lets you become an owner, not just an employee. At Stockwell Elastomerics, you're not just joining a workplace, you're joining a family. Apply at stockwell.com. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Linda McMahon testifying today. Triple H, if you follow wrestling at all, seated behind her for some reason, in case Bernie Sanders got crazy. And it was a pretty heated confirmation hearing on all aspects of why would you want to shut down this Department of Education. We first got to know Angela Morabito when she was involved in the Department of Education, and particularly getting Betsy DeVos on the show. Remember the antagonism, just the outright savagery of response to DeVos. It was incredible what they were up to. I mean, physical threats. Angela now is Defense of Freedom Institute spokesperson, Independent Women's Forum visiting fellow, and the former Education Department press secretary. What a day to have her on. We've just seen the test scores. Do they matter anymore is what I'm going to ask her, as far as people are oblivious to how much worse it's gotten. I think McMahon said today, we've spent $1 trillion since 1980, roughly, when this department was formed. I'd say well over $1 trillion on education. And the results are going down year by year. So why are we continuing to do that? But she also talked about some of the points of emphasis they want to have as long as we have this mechanism as it's being dismantled. Let's go to Angela Morabito on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Angela, welcome back to Philadelphia. What a day to have you on. Worked out perfectly.
Hey, Dom. It's great to be with you, and big congrats on your Super Bowl win.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much, Angela. So Linda McMahon has been on many times as small business rep. We know the wrestling background, Triple H there. You served in this department when it was ferocious toward Betsy DeVos. I remember in a Washington school she was visiting, they just physically came after her. What is the way to lessen the damage done by this organization and maybe uplift whatever's positive about it?
Well, the best thing that we can do is totally just end the stranglehold that teacher unions have on schools in so many districts by opening up school choice.
Mm-hmm.
And Linda McMahon has committed herself to doing just that. Because when schools have to compete for students, they can't get away with the kind of failure we have seen year after year. There are some really new stunning numbers out, as you just mentioned. The nation's report cards show that only about a third, actually less than a third of students are able to read proficiently, but yet 90% of parents think their kids are doing just fine at school. So what parents think and feel about their schools isn't matching reality because standards have fallen so far downward. So I think this is the start of a new age in American education where we can actually bring back those high standards, put parents back in the driver's seat, and get rid of the powers that be that have gotten us into this educational disaster.
Angela, I have a story in front of me, NJ.com from today, and I don't have the exact figure. It used to be about 33, it probably is 35,000 per student. Asbury Park, famous, Bruce Springsteen, New Jersey School District had scheme to inflate student grades, 4 school officials say. 4 former administrators have accused the Board of Education, local school officials, and teaching staff of conspiring to rig student records to concoct a falsely rosy picture of the district. I mean, a vast conspiracy involved in doing that. Just essentially change the grades, lower the standards, engage in all that. And to the point we've been talking about, what makes them think they get away with it? Because they have, largely. I don't even know why they're doing it, Angela. No one seems to do anything. We know the only thing that you can do at this point is give people a chance to flee this.
Yes, that's exactly right. And studies have shown time and again that school choice is the rising tide that lifts all boats, right? That when public schools have to compete for students and they've got to demonstrate their value to families, they tend to get their house in order, as the saying goes. They tend to shape up. And that's what students deserve. I'm in Atlanta, and I'll tell you here, many years ago, we had a very similar scandal to what's gone on in New Jersey, where a bunch of school officials went to prison because they had these quote-unquote eraser parties where they would erase wrong answers and standardized tests. And then in this next breath, the same people who pull that kind of stuff will turn around and say, oh, it's for the kids. We're putting students first. No, the only way to put students first at school is to make sure all of them can read, write, and do math. I think Linda McMahon is a breath of fresh air, and we're about to see this great return to sanity in schools actually getting back to that core mission.
Now, what they're going to say is, though, one of the lines of attack, for listeners, they didn't hear this either yet, Angela, I just saw it. Before the vote on RFK Jr. today, for example, Schumer actually said, well, he was never an insurance executive or a pharma executive like others. Why should we vote for this guy? Well, that's the exact reason, one of them, that we're voting for this guy. They're trying to say, well, she has never been a head of a teachers union or something like that. She's been involved in education now.
That's right. She has an outstanding track record of leadership in education as a university trustee, as someone who's previously served on a state board. She's even earned a teaching credential. So look, the job of the Secretary of Education is not to be America's teacher-in-chief. This is an executive leadership role at the helm of an agency that currently has more than 4,000 staff members. And she's going to be overseeing, I hope, an orderly shutdown of that agency. So we need somebody in that job who knows how to manage more than a classroom. I have tremendous respect for America's great teachers. I know that Linda McMahon does too, but the skill set is different. It's just a very different job. So while that is one of the left's favorite lines of attack, they don't know what they're doing, right? They're the people who have gotten us into this mess. And I think that it's time for change, and that's really what Linda McMahon and the entire Trump administration represents.
Angela, break this down now. My former experience as a teacher, I have a theory on what I saw up close and personal. There are a lot of very good teachers. Many times parents like their teachers, but the teacher union types are the real problem. And what I saw some of the worst people that didn't care about education or teaching. They were kind of frustrated labor bosses that got into the teachers unions, and they just see it as another labor action like the Teamsters or anything else. And that's what they drive for. That's what they're about.
Yes, I think the COVID pandemic really laid bare for the American public just how terrible these teacher unions can be. Because schools didn't have to stay closed for as long as they did. It was fine to safely reopen in the fall of 2020, and that came straight from the CDC. You don't have to take my word for it. But yet these teacher union bosses insisted time and again, oh no, we just simply cannot go back to work until you guarantee Medicare for all or pass some sort of insane resolution about what was going on in Gaza. I mean, there were people who demanded all kinds of crazy things just in return for doing their jobs. And the teacher union business model isn't one that supports students. It's actually all about the interests of adults. It says hire more administrators, even if they never help kids learn and they just siphon away money. It says lower standards so we can make it look like everybody's doing great, even when they're really not. The interest of the teacher union is to drive its own ideology onto the next generation while it uses that next generation to meet its own financial goals. So anything that disempowers the teacher unions is generally something that empowers parents, and that's the direction we're going to be going in over the next 4 years.
Give us a sense. Someone who served in that role saw it on the inside. So, people think magic wand, you can just abolish it. Maybe Trump even talked about that. You can't. That would have to come through Congress. But how do you dismantle it again? What would she do then? I'm not sure what she testified to, but what's your sense that you would do to lessen the problem and the money spent and everything else with this? Exactly what steps do you do?
Sure. So step one is block granting federal education dollars to the states. Let the people who are closest to the work, closest to the students, make decisions about where that money goes. So just cut out the middleman. But there are core functions of the department that other parts of the government could do better. For example, enforcing civil rights law in education. Right now, that's underneath the Department of Education. It's a very important job, and nobody's proposing that that would go away. We're actually proposing that would go over to the Department of Justice. Let the lawyers do the lawyering. Federal student aid is America's largest consumer lender, and it could function a lot more like a bank if it was spun off into its own independent agency instead of being underneath the Federal Department of Education. Funding for students with disabilities, that could flow through Health and Human Services. Ideally, and I believe this is what the reality will be, is that the department can be dismantled without anyone in America really noticing a difference in the service, other than a benefit down the road when states are able to use more money more effectively.
That's a great summation, and whatever they say in Congress today, your summation is better.
Thank you.
We wouldn't, I just see it as a vehicle, because when you actually have a vehicle that can threaten America's schools, they know who they are. They say, in the Obama years, Angela, I'm convinced the kid who shot up the school in Florida, they were afraid to suspend him because Obama said too many students of minority status are being suspended or kicked out of school. And they start to look the other way on these things. In the Biden years, they were afraid of the transgender issues. They were threatened. Well, if you don't have that vehicle that's going to be threatened en masse these school districts, you take away the ability to get at them more easily with this stuff. You just can't go to this one shop that functions for progressives in the manner that it has with Biden and Obama.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And what you've outlined here is just how devastating woke progressive ideology has been in education, particularly for teachers. And you're a former teacher. I know you've lived this, where you got to be in control of your own classroom. And when you've got the federal government saying, well, we're really concerned that too many of these people are getting suspended and expelled, that takes away the ability of a teacher to maintain a safe learning environment, not just for themselves, but for all the other students in the class. I heard from a friend the other day who teaches Sunday school, and she said, some of my kids have been really worried about what happens if the Department of Education goes away.
Oh, my God.
It broke my heart for these kids. But what she and I did was we put together a kid-friendly explanation, which was your school gets more money, your parents get more control, and we're going to treat your teachers better. Everybody wins except for the teacher unions. I think that's the message of optimism and hope and forward movement that we got to be sending to America's kids. It just broke my heart that the fear-mongering that's been done by the left has reached so many of America's young people.
Absolutely. Well, Angela, I don't know if Linda McMahon makes it, which I think she will, if you want to go back to dismantle it, which is an interesting job. But boy, the stuff you said today is spot on point. Easy metrics for people to understand what would happen here, because it will be ferocious on this when they start trying to dismantle. So I hope that we're able to speak with you again in the near future. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you so much.
All right, Angela Morabito here on Talk Radio 1210. That was a great synopsis on the very day. Can't do better than that. She contacted us. I hope she's back there. And how to dismantle this and to have it function in a way until they abolish it that works. I mean, what's wrong with that? What are we losing? Now, I know you're thinking, well, why don't you just abolish it? Apparently, legally, it's an act of Congress to fully abolish it. So what they're doing is the next best step. Put Linda McMahon in there to blunt all these things that are teacher union related. I'll tell you, it would be a coin flip at this point between Larry Krasner and getting Randy Weingarten back on the show. I've had her on a couple of times. This would be a knock. No, Betsy Pringle. Oh, my God. In studio. I would just say, that's it. I can't top this. Send this to the Radio Hall of Fame. Can't stay. Betsy, stay all 3 hours. Let's have a Pringle chip. Come on. All right. So 855-839-1210. Give me your reaction to that with Angela Morabito. That was spot on stuff about what's going on today and what this is about. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
Well, we are playing to win a pair of tickets to see People Will Say We're in Love, a special Valentine's Day concert at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College on February 14th. Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So today's side question, we're asking for that movie that you would want to watch with your beau tonight, you know? Something that, really sets the tone. And I'm going to play a song from a beloved 2000s rom-com movie.
Okay.
I don't want to know the name of the song. I think the song will be known to many people out there. I want to know the name of the movie in which this song is the opening title sequence for, all right?
Yep.
So we want the name of the movie. Here we go.
Sun's up, it's a little after 12. Make breakfast for myself. Leave the work for someone else. People say, they say that it's just a phase. They tell me to act my age. Well, I am on this perfect day. Nothing standing in.
Yeah, Dom, it's a song that you might hear throughout a lot of movies over the years, but
Right.
it is best known for debuting in this 2000s rom-com.
All right. So again, Henry, we're looking for
the name of the movie in which this song is playing through the opening title sequence.
All right.
It
the movie.
debuted
Right,
with this
opening.
movie.
Okay. It's 855-839-1210. Come on, you want to go to the Zlock tomorrow night? It's a great spot. Get in. AT&T, Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hit us with your answer next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station.
Thank you to everyone over there at 1210. You guys are the voice of reason. There's just so much nonsense that's being spilled out by the mainstream media and the left. You guys are a fresh voice, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Jerry. I appreciate the call. Jerry in Burlington giving up love for the station. The voice of reason and also of hairy balls. There you go. We cover it all here, folks. Nice work out of Jerry.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
All To your Download listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone? Show me the money.
That's right. All right. We're looking for this song, or when it originally appeared as kind of the theme song of a film. We're looking for that film. Let's hear the clue. All right, let's go to Anthony in Jersey, a guy on this one. All right, Anthony, what's the film?
Legally Blonde.
Yes, and I think there's been at least 2, if not 3 of them, right?
They definitely made a second one. I believe
Okay.
they made a musical too. If I'm not
musical.
mistaken.
All right, Anthony, you're going to the Zlock. Enjoy. I'll put you on hold. Yes, that's great. Great catch today. All right, we'll have everything again tomorrow, even though we have the parade. It's the beauty of talk radio is that we get to do both things at once. We get to talk about everything that's in the news. For example, I hope to have Jack Stolzheimer on tomorrow. Maybe he's even coming to the parade. Who knows? It'll be right there in front of Starlink.
I'd love to hear you guys argue,
Yeah.
and just in the background, some guy's like, "Hey, hey."
That's right. Yeah. So that's all happening tomorrow. If you're down at the Art Museum, you'll see us. I'll be on with Dawn first, and then Dawn a little bit, then Dan will chip in. I think we'll have Nick back here with Greg. It'll be an entire team effort tomorrow to the conclusion, apparently, of the speeches, which we'll go live to the speeches and, try not to dip out. I think maybe 3 profanities in, might have to dip out for a while. Then, it's just a stream of ridiculous.
Yeah, got to let it reset.
Yeah. I still like to hear from you on that. Would you have your kid, in what age would you say, hey, this is a big event, despite the profanity? I would still bring them there to that. Well, what age is the appropriate age? If they're too young, maybe they don't know what the heck's going on. If they're older, well, then, you could justify it in that manner. But it's become a tradition. Henry, after we talked with the Inquirer, he agrees that it'll be another offensive lineman, probably. That'll be the star tomorrow. But Kelsey will be there. I'm not sure if he's going to speak or not. Not a good move, probably, to have him speak. So maybe the wife will speak. And the overexposure is obvious at this point of the whole, the whole deal. Even though the podcast and everything else is still popular. So he'll be in town. He'll be at the parade in one form or another. All right, 855-839-1210. I got several emails, et cetera. People really liked Angela Morabito. She arrived on just the right day, the day that Linda McMahon is testifying. People know how much money we've spent on education. We know that school choice is getting rid of the Department of Education helps. But the teachers' unions are incredibly numerous, strong, fundraising with the Democrat Party. The biggest thing to stop their nonsense is school choice, and everybody knows it. There was an exchange today, I'm not going to play it again, with Bernie Sanders and Linda McMahon, and Sanders kept on, well, what about the inequality in schools? And she was polite and didn't say some of them suck. So what's the remedy? Get them out of it. And that story I told Angela Morabito, NJ.com today, talks about this group of administrators, school board, and the like, conspiring. Now, the last that I looked, this is a couple years back, they were spending over they're an Abbott school. Remember the Abbott schools where you have to throw more money in Jersey? There's a bunch of them. I think Camden is too. They were up to like $33,000 a student. It's probably more now. And they get pathetic results. How long can you continue to do that? Because if you get pathetic results in a private school, what happens? People don't go there. The public schools, they still do. They're mandated to. And they conspired, allegedly, with witnesses out there, et cetera, to rig the system, to inflate the scores, lower the standards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't understand why they did. What pressure is there? Where's the pressure coming from? They still would be in business. It's a ridiculous system. The Philadelphia public schools are fraudulent in my mind. Who are we kidding here? So we'll see if Linda McMahon, if the time is right, that finally people could have a voucher and get out of these public schools. Not all of them are bad, but enough of them are. Okay, one other quick thing. I mentioned this a little while ago. Now it comes out in the auditing of that USAID that has gotten the most attention, that USAID drove the Russian collusion hoax. Remember that whole collusion that Democrats still talk about today with the Russians? They played a part in the impeachment of Trump. They subsidized in being a quasi-Lord protector for the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, which is supposed to be independent but was anything but when you review the dynamics. USAID approved its staff hires action plan. They cited numerous times in the CIA whistleblower's complaint that this is the group that launched the Ukraine quid pro quo circus. So it's not too shocking that USAID was also involved in the Russian collusion delusion. Michael Schellenberg is a great investigative reporter. You've seen him on Fox a lot. Dove into the sordid world of these nonprofit activity and government funding. They found that this outfit pushed the Trump-Russian bank money laundering myth. It's a lengthy article I'm reading from. In 2017, 2018, they said that Trump properties were used for money laundering by Russian financial criminals and Russian state entities. His entanglement with Russian oligarchs, Democrats, and political commentators argued had made him Putin's puppet. All right, so once again, USAID is not just helping people avoid AIDS in Africa and all that stuff. They're engaged in every progressive ideological scandal that you can possibly think of. This is just another one. I just can't wait. I'm itching to see. My vote would be we need Elon Musk to be auditing the Fed and the military budget. The military budget to unify. What are Democrats going to say then? They're going to have to sign off and say, yes, this is abusive. This is wasteful. We shouldn't be engaged in this type of stuff. All right, coming up now. Busy guy. He is the president's guy that the president talks to a lot. I don't think he's the official economic advisor, but you know him. You've seen him forever. Wall Street Journal, Trump advisor. Stephen Moore scheduled to be with us. Want to ask him about what they're going to do to really dig in on the inflation front. I think he'll answer honestly. Trump today announced reciprocal tariffs, saying, hey, these countries that have tariffs on us, we're going to put the same exact tariff on them, on their goods and services. We'll see if Stephen Moore, who's not a tariff guy, thinks that that's the right way to go. And we'll also get a winner. Don't forget, $50 gift card tomorrow. We put them in a hat, the 5 winners of the week. The great Gallows Seafood Restaurant, Jim Harvey there. Love the spot. We go there often. And he has the burger place attached to it that's just really different. So we're thrilled with that. Gallows right there on the boulevard is the place to go. Thrilled to have him in the family here. He's unofficially been. We've done 7 fishes there several times. Get on board, though. Hit us on the side question at 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not in the United States of America be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, the man is here. Stephen Moore, we've had a little trouble connecting, but now we got him. Advisor to the President, Economic Matters, Wall Street Journal. You see him all over Fox. I don't know how many books. Just a great expert and entertaining as hell on this whole thing here. Let's go to Stephen Moore. Hey, Stephen, welcome back to Philadelphia. How many books have you authored?
Hi, Dom. Great to be with you. I think I've done 6 or so. The latest book is called The Trump Economic Miracle, How Trump Will Make America Great Again. And by the way, do you know who came up with the title, The Trump Economic Miracle?
Trump?
Yeah, yes. You know, the original working title was Trumponomics 2.0.
Yeah,
and, you know, Trump. We were showing him all the charts in the book, and he loved it. You know, Trump, and he was saying, "What are you going to call this book anyway?" And I said, "Well, sir, we're going to call it Trumponomics 2.0." And I said, "No, call it the Trump Economic Miracle." And you know, if the president tells you to do something, you do it.
That's a good. Well, he's a great brander. Now, the only thing I'd say, one of the big things we wanted to talk about, you are the guy on this. Before we get to tariffs, which I don't think you're a tariff guy, I wanted to talk about inflation, the one thing that Democrats are pinning their hopes on. And am I right, Stephen, that just drill, baby, drill, supply chains coming back, Biden has so devastated, baked that in, there have to be other things they do. Do you agree? And if so, what is it you would do to actually wring this out of our pricing and of our economy?
Well, a couple points. Let's start with where we are right now. So I've been warning for the last several months that the inflation problem has not gone away, that Joe Biden, you know, I laughed when Joe Biden a week before he left the White House said, "Oh, I'm leaving the economy in great shape." And I went, "What? We have 10 million illegal immigrants. We got a $37 trillion national debt. We're running a $2 trillion deficit, and inflation is back, rearing its ugly head, and you're saying you're leaving a good economy for Trump." And so even the headlines yesterday were misleading because it is true over the last year inflation is up 3% prices, but in the last 3 months, do you know how much they're up?
Tell me.
5%.
Wow.
So, and the other thing I laughed at, did you see Chucky Schumer's tweet on this?
I did not see it, no.
Chucky Schumer tried to blame Trump.
Oh, right.
For
Well, of course.
3 months of inflation.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, he's only been president for 2 weeks, and you're already blaming him for something. This was baked in the cake. And again, you and I have talked about this for many, many months, but I want to remind your listeners that this did not happen by accident. It wasn't bad luck. The reason we had Biden inflation, because in Trump's first term, the inflation rate was less than 2%, is because Biden came in and spent $7 trillion we didn't have.
Exactly.
And, if you spend and print $7 trillion, just as sure as the sun is going to, rise in the east and set in the west, you're going to get inflation. And so we're still seeing the lingering effects of that, Dom, because did you know over the last 12 months, the federal government has borrowed another $2 trillion. This is insanity. It is craziness. It is going to bankrupt our country. And so Trump comes into this mess, and then Chucky Schumer says, it's your fault. So it is going to take, in my opinion, it's going to take, you're going to have to give us 3 to 6 months to clean up this mess, folks. It is a deep hole that Joe Biden has put our country in. And I think, it's going to take a little bit of time. I mean, it took Reagan over a year to fix the problems.
But Stephen, let me cut to it. Sure, 6 months, because we're looking at the midterms. This is the one issue they could run on. And for the country, if Trump gets 2 more years and the Democrats still out of power, we got something. If we have to squeeze all this in,
that's true.
So what are you recommending? We got it. Fuel costs and all that, turning that loose. What else would you do?
So how do we get it under control?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a great question. So we do, 3 or 4 things. Number one, look, you've known me a long time. They call economists like myself and Art Laffer and Larry Kudlow supply-side economists. And what does that mean? It means we want to increase the supply and the productive capacity of our country so that we can produce more goods and services. And, this is simple economics 100, folks. If the economy produces more goods, for example, if you produce more apples, then what happens to the price of apples?
Goes down.
They go down. Right, exactly. So we want to bring inflation down by producing more. And then you mentioned the energy stuff. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to produce a lot more oil and gas in this country and coal. That will bring energy prices down. And when energy prices come down, then guess what? Just about everything else comes down too. So that's our strategy. We're also going to deregulate big time. And we are going to cut taxes, so that gives businesses an incentive to produce more too. So all of those things will eventually bring inflation back down to the 2% target.
Well, that is, and within 6 months to a year, that's certainly a reasonable thing. And Stephen, we know that Trump and the culture wars and the auditing of the government, people are thrilled with this. When do we see a focus, the branding of this? Guys like you out there in the center of this, you just laid out what is perfectly feasible. I just think people need to hear that, because the smarter Democrats got one play other than saying the F-bomb with Trump, and that's to focus in on, look at the cost of eggs, et cetera, for now.
Well, eggs are expensive because we had this,
the bird flu,
this
right?
flu virus, and the bird flu, and so and my wife is furious about this. I mean, a dozen eggs now like $10 some places. It used to be $3, $4 for a dozen eggs. So that is a big problem, and but that again, you can't blame the bird flu on Donald Trump.
No,
and so I believe it'll take another month or so for the egg prices to come down when we get the they had to kill millions of birds. Did you know that? So that's a lot fewer eggs.
Exactly. Now let's go into the tariffs, the reciprocal tariff. I'm a layman on this. That doesn't sound too bad to me, but I'm still in that old school. When I hear the tariffing thing, I get the leveraging thing in Trump's hands, and it's worked. Poor Colombia. They had no chance. But with China and some of these other things and more tariffing, what do you say to them about that? You don't strike me that you've ever been a tariff guy.
Yeah. So can you,
Stephen? Uh-oh, what happened there? Bad connection? Was the tariff question too tough? All right, let's hope he calls back here. I'm not sure what was missing there. All right, you heard what he said on inflation, production, overall production, in addition to what he said, the energy part of it, et cetera. I wrote down what he said. These are some of the things that you'll hear more about. This is what they have to do. All right, I don't know what happened with our connection there with Stephen Moore. Well, he's back with us. All right, let me go back to Stephen Moore here on Talk Radio 1210.
I think that they're trying to disconnect us. So
yeah,
we can't,
the tariff
spread the
question. I
gospel.
knew you don't dodge any questions. I told you the first time I saw you on with John Stossel way back when, I said, I got to get that guy whenever I get a show. So, Stephen, I get the leveraging part of the tariffing, but as a strategy long term, what do you tell Trump about that?
So I think I agree with a lot of what you just said. I didn't catch it all, but I caught most of it. So the reciprocal tariffs are really interesting because I am a free trade guy and I'm not in favor of Trump of tariffs. And when I go to see the president, a lot of times they'll see me and say, "There's Steve Moore, he's a great economist, but he doesn't agree with me on tariffs." and I just smile. But he is, I think, right on this. It's an interesting strategy. So and I haven't completely made up my mind on it. We'll see if this works. But what he's saying is, look, we, as you know, we have the lowest tariffs in the world. Did you know that? Our tariffs are lower than any other countries.
I didn't know. I knew it was near the bottom, yes.
Well, I shouldn't say we have the lowest, but among all the major trading, there may be some small countries that have lower tariffs than us. But of the big companies, Europe, Mexico, Canada, China, Japan, our tariffs are lower than theirs are. And so what Trump is saying is, hey, let's have parity. And why don't you, if you don't lower, let's say to Japan, he says, if you don't lower your tariffs on us, then we're going to increase our tariffs on you. And if you want us to bring those tariffs down, you're going to have to bring your tariffs down. And now that's a kind of tit-for-tat strategy. And for most countries, that wouldn't work, except that the United States is in a very special place. We are the hub of the world economy. Every country has to trade with the United States because we have this enormous consumer market and everybody wants to tap into it, especially, by the way, the country that couldn't possibly survive or grow at all without access to our markets is China. We run a $700 billion deficit with them. And so he's going to go to each one of these countries and say, okay, and this is why when they grouse it, they say, there goes Donald Trump, he's raising tariffs, that's so unfair. They still have higher tariffs than we do. So I think in the end of the day, this strategy will work. You've seen how he's basically threatened countries with tariffs already, like Colombia. And what have they done? They've agreed to what Trump wants because they need to be able to sell things here. And so I think at the end of the day, the reciprocal tariff idea may lead to lower tariffs, not higher tariffs. You see what I mean?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. Now, that's the reciprocals. What I do not like, and I think is a bad idea, is steel and aluminum tariffs. You know why?
Why?
Because they don't create jobs. They will not create jobs here. When we did the steel and aluminum tariffs back in Trump's first term, we saved a few thousand steel jobs with those tariffs. But guess what? We lost jobs in auto production. We lost jobs in construction and other manufacturing because other firms that use steel had to buy steel at a higher price, and that made their products less competitive. So I don't think the strategy works as a way of saving jobs.
Okay. If you can, Stephen, next big thing that you might be talking about that you think is going to be part of the conversation. And again, I want to see you and maybe one or two others out there more on this strategy because that's the only thing I'm worried about. Inflation, Democrats, the media helping them. Everything else that Trump is doing as far as an audit of the – well, here's what I wanted to ask you really. The Fed, I've never talked to you about that. An audit of the Fed, Rand Paul has been on several times. Are we going to find something the American public is going to go, oh, my God?
Well, I've also been very much in favor of auditing the Fed. As you may or may not know, I was nominated by Trump to be on the Federal Reserve Board. I did not make it through the process.
Yes.
But it was interesting because there was such a a huge storm over my being
I
nominated.
know. Now it comes
the
back to
reason-
me. Yes. Yeah.
Yes. And the reason for that was that they don't want anybody that doesn't drink their Kool-Aid. You
Right.
know, and I was going to be come in and be a troublemaker, and they didn't want that. So I do know a bit about the Fed, and I'll start with this. They have 300 or 400 PhD economists over there. Do you know how many of them are Republicans?
Very few.
Almost none of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, very few. So it's, I love the left always talks about diversity.
Right.
They don't believe in diversity in thought because they're all a group of liberal, Ivy League trained economists who don't really get what you and I have been talking about. And so I'm very much in favor of auditing the Fed. And why should everything be in secret at the Fed?
Yes, that's the last place it should be. So,
right.
Yeah. So, Stephen, thank you. And again, anytime something like this is brewing, we really appreciate your insight. The current book again?
It's called The Trump Economic Miracle, and we're number one on Amazon in the economics and business section. So I hope people can get it. And, boy, it's going to be a hell of a ride over the next 12 months.
Absolutely. Thank you, Stephen, very much.
See you later. Bye.
All right. Next time we get him on more thoroughly on the Fed when they start to audit it, it's the lightning round next. I hope that cleared up a few things because he's not, he's honest. He's not hell-bent for tariffs. I don't think the average listener is either. But these reciprocal tariffs might lower them in the end. Bottom line, audit of the Fed is going to be nuts. Lightning round next. Hit us with that film that come on, we need to hear from a few women on this too. We see all guys. Have we gotten a woman that's called in yet? Please save us. A romantic film that you would recommend tonight, tomorrow night, whatever, is the side question today on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Rita in North Philadelphia. She's got thoughts on a couple of issues.
Reason why they don't let the children go to school after the Super Bowl, most of those parents, a lot of them, not all, are drunk.
Being drunk is absolutely true. What's up, Frank?
I'm on duty right now with you guys.
Nice.
I never drank in my entire life when I was working for 4 companies.
You don't drink on duty, you just call talk radio while you're on duty. You have a lot of duties to fulfill.
Duty.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
This President's Day, skip the chain stores and discover something amazing at Bucks County Estate Traders. With everything in the store 20 to 50% off, you can furnish your entire home in just one stop and save big. Explore 58,000 square feet of stunning furniture, antiques, art, and more. Every piece has a QR code for instant details, and our expert staff is here to help. Don't miss these unbeatable deals. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by our Hatfield showroom today. Certain exclusions apply.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, a little birdie flew into the Dom Giordano wing here, and thank you, Mike Gibson. Jim Harvey, who's the sponsor this week, $50 gift card tomorrow we pull out of the hat. For the side question, Jim will be inducted into the Father Judge Hall of Fame this spring. Congratulations, Jim. Well deserved. Gallows, our place. All right, hit us. We got some wild ones here. Hit us with that film that you think is romantic. Watch with the significant other tonight, tomorrow night, this weekend. Joe in Bordentown. Joe, what's yours?
Mine is Die Hard, which is not only a Christmas movie, but where John McClane battles the Hans Gruber gang to save his estranged wife, Holly.
Ah, that's always a way to get it going. All right, Tom in Rosemont, who walks on the wild side, particularly for an attorney. Hey, Tom, how are things going? What's your film?
Very good, Dom. Dom, I'm not just going to think outside the box. I'm going to think outside the galaxy. The Empire Strikes Back, Dom.
Oh, God.
When they're about ready to freeze Han Solo and Carbonite,
yes.
Princess Leia looks at him and says, I love you. Now, what does he say back? Not I love you, I know. And then he freezes. That, to me, is more powerful than the ending of Saving Private Ryan, Dom.
Oh, God.
Hard-hitting.
God, that is great stuff. That is a great response here, too. All right. Mike in Philly, Talk Radio 1210. Mike, what's your film?
Hey, Dom, how about An Affair to Remember? Cary Grant, Deborah Kerr. It's something my wife mentions all the time about meeting at the top of the Empire State Building on Valentine's Day. I've never seen the movie. Maybe tomorrow night. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, try it out, Mike, and then let us know your success rate there, so to speak.
We'll see how it goes. We are going to dinner, so that's something that we normally don't do. So
good.
We get home from dinner, and we'll pop that on.
Oh,
and
please.
I'll report back.
Oh, please. You got to tell me on Monday. I'll be waiting to hear. Thank you, Mike. And Affair to Remember, I've never seen it, but Cary Grant, Deborah Kerr, two of the biggest stars. Deborah Kerr, the accent, the whole thing. Bill is going for the quintessential sex scene, not a real physical sex scene. Bill, in Bucks, what's yours?
Well, it featured Billy Crystal,
right,
Meg Ryan, and the restaurant scene was quite an adventure, which spawned the phrase, I'll have what she's having.
And a commercial in the Super Bowl. All right, Bruce in the Northeast, this is a very... several scenes romantic. I don't quite get the appeal of the woman in this. Ro agrees with me, but Humphrey Bogart, yeah, I do get the appeal. Bruce in the Northeast. Hey, Bruce, welcome in. What's your advice?
Hey, Don, good afternoon. You don't get Ingrid Bergman? You don't think she's
No, I'm not seeing I never got why she's overwhelmingly attractive. No.
Yeah, she's all right. But anyway, the movie Casablanca has something for both male and female. The romance and the intrigue, and of course there's that famous line, "Try it again, Sam." But better than that is, "Don't try it again, Kendrick." Just like that.
Thank you, Bruce. All right, good stuff. Ron in South Jersey. We haven't heard from Ron, I think, in a little while. Hey, Ron, what's the film for you?
Only You, and it's Robert Downey Jr. and Marissa Tomei. It's a charming, romantic, and emotional film. It's the only romantic film I remember.
Well put. This is a good one. There is a scene here that Ro and I agree. Karen in North Carolina. Karen, what's the film and what's the scene?
Hey, Dom. My movie was Witness with Harrison Ford and Kelly McGillis. My husband and I could barely make it home from the theater. Geez.
Well, the scene where she just says, that's it. She throws off the whole garb and the whole thing, the build up to it, and it's real. It's authentic.
It appeals to men and women. There's, again, the intrigue and the murder case and all that. And but I just, the build up to that is really something.
You know what, Henry? I gotta say, you might not have seen Witness. I tell you, it's a really good film.
It's on my list.
I'm gonna go with that. The scene where they finally come to each other. Oh.
I was gonna suggest it just based on the explanation. You know me, I'm a sucker for a good explanation.
Yeah, and
that got me wanting to watch
the
movie.
Amish. We have to call Scott Prezzer up and see if he approves when it comes to anything Amish. I want to go with Witness on that. Really good call too. The way we barely made it home from the theater. Oh, my God.
That's what we wanted, right?
Yeah, check out Witness. I like Tom's of Rosemont, too. There were several good ones. Check us out tomorrow. We'll be at the base of the Art Museum broadcasting if you're coming to the parade or whatever. But we will do all the stuff that you usually get every day and then add in, particularly when the Eagles start to speak on the stage there tomorrow. We'll give you some of the best speeches, our coverage. Dan will be out there in the field, Dawn, the whole team. It's a team effort tomorrow. I hope that you're part of it. Henry's got the most important job, finger on the button here. And we'll count the number of times. I'm setting it at 20. Can they exceed it, Henry? Yes or no?
No, I think it's going to be one and one only.
All right, we'll see. All right, Richie always next for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com